Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation 2024. It is our distinct honor and pleasure to have you both joining us both online and on-site. My name is Kang Forum from the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, the TCS, and I am pleased to welcome you to our forum today. IFTC is TCS's annual flagship event, bringing together policymakers and experts to share insights on trilateral cooperation. This year's IFTC commemorates the 25th anniversary of trilateral cooperation, in line with the recent developments and recognitions made at the 9th Trilateral Summit. Now, to open the forum, please join me in welcoming Mr. Lee Hee-seop, Secretary General of TCS, to the stage for the opening remarks. Please give a round of applause.
Good morning. Your Excellency, Kang In-seom, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, Your Excellency, Mizushima Koichi, Ambassador of Japan to Korea, Your Excellency, Shin Ai-ming, Ambassador of China to Korea, Your Excellency Kim Seung-an, President of Daeje Future Consensus Institute and former Foreign Minister of Korea, Dr. Kitaoka Shinichi, Emeritus Professor of the University of Tokyo, Dr. Wang Fan, President of China Foreign Affairs University, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, TCS, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you for joining the International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation, IFTC 2024. I express my heartfelt gratitude, especially to the Ministries of Foreign Affairs of Korea, Japan, and China, for their unwavering support in organizing this forum. This year marks the significant milestone of the 25th anniversary of trilateral cooperation among China, Japan, and Korea. Just 3 weeks ago, on May 27, the 9th Trilateral Summit meeting was also held here in Seoul, after a hiatus of 4 years and 5 months. This summit paved the way for the restoration and normalization of trilateral cooperation and laid the foundation for a new leap forward. In this context, I believe that this IFTC, held at such a crucial juncture, is more meaningful and timely than ever before. Despite enduring political challenges rooted in historical and territorial conflicts, trilateral cooperation has achieved remarkable growth in various fields such as economy, trade, culture, and people-to-people exchanges. However, this quantitative progress has not necessarily led to an improvement in mutual understanding, respect, and trust among the three countries. In fact, we witnessed a paradoxical trend where distrust and animosity have grown, further fueling conflicts. The mutual affinity and trust among the people have been steadily declining, reaching a concerning level in recent years, with distrust falling down to the level of 20%. In light of this, I would like to recall the saying by Confucius, "Without trust, one cannot stand." In Korean, 무신불립, in Japanese, 무신훌유, 신나군바 다따즈. In Chinese, 우신부리. Recently, China, Japan, and Korea have been facing various global challenges, such as geopolitical tensions, protectionism, supply chain restructuring, climate change, wars, and declining mutual trust. These challenges indicate that trilateral cooperation is at a critical turning point. However, it is worth noting that trilateral cooperation emerged in response to the Asian financial crisis in 1999 and was further institutionalized following the global financial crisis in 2008. By nature, it has evolved from efforts to overcome crises and has continuously grown by turning challenges into opportunities. At the recent Trilateral Summit, it was reaffirmed that the stable and long-term development of cooperation lies in enhancing trust and friendship through people-to-people exchanges and communication. The leaders agreed on several initiatives, including expanding the Campus Asia student exchanges to 30,000, designating next 2 years as the Year of Culture Exchange, with the goal of increasing the number of people-to-people exchanges among the 3 countries to 40 million by 2030. Moreover, holding the Trilateral Summit on a regular basis and strengthening the capacity of the TCS will contribute to the institutionalization process, enduring stable and continuous development of trilateral cooperation. Above all, it is most important that the 3 leaders have agreed on actively promoting cooperation in areas of directly impact people's daily lives, such as public health, aging society, digital transformation, disaster relief and safety, climate change, economic cooperation and trade, and people-to-people exchanges. I believe that China, Japan, and Korea have the vision and the capability to turn current challenges into opportunities for development. Trilateral cooperation is a future-oriented collaboration based on present reality. The areas of substantive cooperation, where people can enjoy the tangible benefits, should be examined meticulously, like peering through a microscope. On the other hand, the future direction of cooperation should be viewed expansively, such like gazing through a telescope into the distant horizon. Trilateral cooperation is like an orchestra where the stakeholders, such as the governments, citizens, media, and the think tanks, collaborate seamlessly to create a harmonious future. While embracing our differences, we must pursue coexistence and harmony, continuously expanding our common denominator of cooperation through mutual respect. With this in mind, I look forward to the wisdom and insights that our esteemed guests and speakers from the 3 countries, as well as from the rest of the world, will share today. I am confident that your valuable contributions will play a pivotal role in shaping the direction of trilateral cooperation and advancing the ongoing development of East Asia and the global community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General Lee, for your remarks. In commemorating the 25th anniversary of trilateral cooperation and the successful outcome of the Trilateral Summit, the foreign ministers of the 3 countries have sent their warm congratulatory messages to our forum, which you may find from page 12 to page 17 in our program booklet. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Excellencies for their support for TCS and furthering cooperation among the 3 countries. Next, we will invite our honorable speakers for congratulatory remarks. Firstly, please welcome Her Excellency Kang In-sun, Second Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Korea. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
존경하는
Distinguished guests, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to all of you on the 2024 IFTC. Of course, I would like to thank the Secretariat Secretary General Lee Hee-seop and the entire staff for organizing such a meaningful event. As Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, I'm greatly honored to attend this important gathering that commemorates the 25th anniversary of trilateral cooperation and discusses the future direction of our cooperation. As is well known, the history of trilateral cooperation began with the meeting of the leaders of the three countries at the ASEAN Plus 3 Summit in the Philippines in 1999. And this year, we are celebrating its 25th anniversary. Last month, the leaders of the three countries held the 9th Trilateral Summit for the first time in approximately 4 years and 5 months. At the latest summit, the leaders of the three countries provided direction to further develop trilateral cooperation. And the themes of today's forum, institutionalizing collaboration and promoting exchanges for a brighter future, are key elements of the way forward. First, allow me to talk about the institutionalization of trilateral cooperation. Since the first summit in 2008, the three countries have been planning to hold the summit on a regular basis. At the 9th summit last month, the leaders agreed to regularly hold the summit as the highest vehicle of trilateral cooperation and to revitalize the more than 70 intergovernmental consultative bodies. This emphasis on institutionalizing trilateral cooperation is due to the fact that the institutionalized framework of cooperation has contributed significantly to the steady progress of trilateral cooperation despite the challenges in bilateral relations, international politics, pandemics, and other unpredictable regional and international impacts. The TCS, which is hosting today's conference, has been a solid foundation for the institutionalization of trilateral cooperation since its establishment in 2011, and the three countries will continue to work to strengthen the capacity of TCS. One of the core objectives of institutionalizing trilateral cooperation is to promote exchanges among the three countries. Although our cooperation has suffered from the pandemic for many years, people-to-people exchange between the three countries is recovering, and exchanges through cultural content are vibrant. In 2023, the Japanese animated film Suzume became the #1 movie at the box office in Korea and the all-time #1 Japanese movie, with about 5.5 million audiences having seen the film. Meanwhile, the Chinese panda Fubao has created a large fan base in Korea, leading to a fandom known as the Fubao syndrome. All three countries share in the awareness that actively engaging in exchange across the future generations to promote understanding and broaden empathy among the three countries are important to solidifying the long-term foundation of trilateral cooperation. At the most recent summit, the years 2025 and 2026 were designated as the years of cultural exchange among our three countries, and we agreed to encourage various exchange programs ranging from children's storybook exchange competition to Campus Asia, an exchange program between universities, to expand contact among the peoples of the three countries. In this way, the leaders of the three countries have created greater momentum for trilateral cooperation, institutionalizing trilateral cooperation, and promoting exchanges. And as such, I look forward to valuable and fruitful discussions in today's forum. Distinguished guests, we all know and agree on the importance of trilateral cooperation, but the road ahead may not always be smooth. North Korea's nuclear and missile threats and provocations continue, and globally there are economic issues such as supply chain instability and national security challenges as well. These challenges are great, which is why it is so important that our three countries, who have been neighbors across thousands of years and who are all global powerhouses, maintain consistent cooperation. In particular, the Trilateral Summit held in Seoul last month showed that trilateral cooperation has taken a new leap forward. The Korean government is committed to building on this positive momentum to further solidify the future of trilateral cooperation. On the occasion of the 25th anniversary of trilateral cooperation, I do hope that today's forum will reflect on the achievements of past cooperation and gather momentum for future cooperation. Thank you.
Your Excellency Kang In-san, thank you very much for your insightful and meaningful remarks. We appreciate your warm message to TCS and also for contributing to trilateral cooperation. Next is the congratulatory remarks from His Excellency Mizushima Koichi, Ambassador of Japan to the Republic of Korea. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Please give a round of applause to Ambassador Mizushima.
Hi everybody. Ohayo gozaimasu. Annyeonghaseyo. Ni hao. I'm Mizushima Koichi, Ambassador of Japan to the Republic of Korea. And it is my great honor to be here to say a few words. And I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Secretary General Lee Hee-seop and the Secretariat for this opportunity. And also, I would like to pay respect to all those who are attending here this morning, including the Second Vice Minister, Ms. Kang In-sun, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and also the Ambassador of China to the Republic of Korea, Shin Hai-min. Let me change to Japanese because the text is written in Japanese. So if anybody who would like to use the earphone, please do so.
On the 27th of last month, the Japan-China-Korea Summit was held for the first time in 4.5 years under the leadership of the Korean government, which is currently holding the chairmanship. The three leaders celebrated the 25th anniversary of trilateral cooperation and welcomed the revitalization of the trilateral process. The trilateral cooperation has a broad base, and in addition to the summit, there are 21 ministerial-level meetings between the governments. I understand that a trilateral meeting of the education ministers was held on the 15th, 3 days ago, and that a meaningful exchange of opinions took place among the three ministers. With the world at a turning point in history, trilateral cooperation among Japan, China, and Korea has great potential. Of these, TCS is the organization that plays a central role. At the Japan-China-Korea Summit, the three leaders agreed to continue to promote TCS's capacity building while also recognizing the role that TCS has played to date. I understand that this forum has been a flagship project of TCS and that active discussions have been held in various fields of trilateral cooperation. I hope that today's forum will be a meaningful opportunity for exchanging ideas to further expand trilateral cooperation in the future. And the next chairmanship will be held by Japan. And for the continuous development of TCS, I'd like to seek continuous cooperation with China and Korea, with Japan. And lastly, I'd like to conclude by wishing everyone here today good health and further development in Japan-China-Korea relations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your remarks. Now, moving on, please welcome His Excellency Shin Hai-min, Ambassador of China to the Republic of Korea, for his congratulatory remarks. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
尊敬的李希谢秘书长、江仁先次官、水岛光一大使，各位
Honorable Secretary General Lee Hee-seop, Vice Minister Kang In-sun, Ambassador Koichi Mizushima, distinguished guests, Ladies and gentlemen, recently, the Trilateral Summit was held successfully. And I do believe that it is quite meaningful that we are now having this trilateral forum hosted by TCS. On behalf of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, I would like to congratulate TCS for hosting this forum and express my deepest gratitude to the Secretariat. This year marks the 25th anniversary of trilateral cooperation. The seeds of our cooperation sown by the leaders of the three countries 25 years ago have grown into a fruitful tree through the efforts of the governments, the people, and all sectors of our societies. This has not only greatly benefited the three countries and their people, but this has also contributed to promoting peace and stability, development, and prosperity in both the region and the world. Through the history and experience of 25 years of trilateral cooperation, we know that no matter how the international and regional situation changes, the basic fact that China, Japan, and Korea are close neighbors remains unchanged. Our cultural commonalities and humanistic ties remain unchanged. The reciprocal basis for economic convergence remains unchanged, and our common desire for peace and development remains unchanged. If we work together, the path of trilateral cooperation will be broader, the pace will be steadier, and the achievements will be richer. Today, secular changes are accelerating. The international situation is complex. Unilateralism and protectionism are on the rise, and the world's development and issues of national security are intricately intertwined. Under these circumstances, the role of trilateral cooperation to pursue the welfare of each country and promote peace and development in the region and the world is becoming increasingly important. At the 9th Trilateral Summit, the leaders of the three countries agreed to maintain the stability and continuity of trilateral cooperation and deepen cooperation in 6 major fields, including economy and trade, science and technology, and humanities, injecting new momentum into trilateral cooperation and giving it new direction. We must implement the important consensus of the summit, never lose sight of the initial spirit of cooperation, uphold openness and inclusion, mutual respect and trust, reciprocity and interaction, and together push forward trilateral cooperation to open a new phase and embark on a new journey, contributing to the prosperity and stability of the region. The theme of the forum, Institutionalizing Collaboration and Promoting Exchanges for a Brighter Future, fully reflects the consensus of the China-Japan ROK Summit and the expectations of the people of the three countries. Digital transformation is one of the key areas of cooperation highlighted by the leaders of the three countries. All three countries are powerhouses in global innovation and digitalization, and there is great potential for cooperation in advanced science and technology, including AI. In 2023, President Xi Jinping put forward China's solution for the healthy development of artificial intelligence through the Global Initiative on AI Governance. Not long ago, at the opening ceremony of the 60th anniversary celebration of the UN Conference on Trade and Development, President Xi Jinping emphasized in a congratulatory video that we should uphold the principle of good intelligence centered on people and strengthen rules-based AI governance within the framework of the UN. China is willing to communicate and strengthen cooperation with Korea and Japan to ensure that AI can benefit the three countries and strengthen technology sharing to bridge the smart divide and build a world that is equitable, universal, shared, and inclusive. Early summer in Seoul is a time when all of life is seeing new growth. We hope that by working together, the three countries will be able to grow our trilateral cooperation to the next level and head towards a brighter future. We wish you a successful forum. Thank you.
Dear guests, now it is my distinct honor to welcome the keynote speakers to address the audience. First, please allow me to introduce His Excellency Kim Sung-hwan, Chairman of the East Asia Foundation, President of Taeje Future Consensus Institute, and former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Republic of Korea. During Chairman Kim's term as Foreign Affairs Minister from 2010 to 2013, TCS was founded under his strong support. Your Excellency, I invite you to the floor. Please give a round of applause.
여러분 안녕하셨습니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to meet all of you today. As was just introduced, I am someone who has been emphasizing the importance of trilateral cooperation for a long time. And when I was Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, the TCS Secretariat was established, and the ASEAN Plus 3, on the sidelines of ASEAN Plus 3 Summit, from the 2008 Trilateral Summit, I have been participating and working for this trilateral cooperation. So I'm very happy to be participating in this forum commemorating the 25th anniversary of cooperation. And I'd like to thank Secretary General Lee Hee-seop for the invitation. Unlike Europe or other regions, Northeast Asia does not have much experience in multilateral cooperation, so it should be highly appreciated that our three countries have institutionalized cooperation within a short period of time and are recognizing their diversity and overcoming differences, and continue to make efforts to expand and promote cooperation. Of course, it is true that the three countries have faced various difficulties during the past 25 years of cooperation, and it is still difficult to say that trilateral cooperation is going smoothly. However, as the Korean saying goes, one spoon of rice doesn't make a full stomach. I firmly believe that if the three countries continue to work together, the vision of stability, peace, and common prosperity in Northeast Asia through trilateral cooperation, which was envisioned by the leaders when they held their first meeting in 1999, will surely be realized. As an advocate of trilateral cooperation, I'm very pleased that the Trilateral Summit, which had not been held due to the pandemic and political relations among the three, was held here in Seoul last month for the first time in 4 years and 5 months, marking an important opportunity to revitalize the cooperation process. And I look forward to the three governments implementing the projects agreed upon without delay. Our challenge now is to develop and implement measures to maintain the momentum created by the summit and gain new momentum. Let me share some of my thoughts in this regard. Secretary General Lee Hee-seop already mentioned this earlier, but I believe that the biggest factor hindering our cooperation in the past is the lack of understanding among the governments and peoples of three countries and the lack of trust that has resulted from this. Trust is the most fundamental foundation for cooperation, and without trust-based cooperation, we cannot achieve common peace and prosperity. Thus, I believe that the three governments should focus first and foremost on measures that can increase trust among the governments and peoples of our three countries. The first step is to continue to hold the Trilateral Summit every year without interruption, as announced in the Joint Summit Declaration, which specifically included the phrase "without interruption," which is very welcoming because I think it shows that all three countries are committed to making sure that there is no more disharmony surrounding the summit. I understand that various organizations in the three countries regularly conduct surveys of mutual perceptions among the peoples. Over the past decade, when the summits have not been held regularly and negative public opinion has persisted, a common theme has been that South Koreans' favorability toward Japan and China has continued to deteriorate, as well as toward the political leaders of the two countries. On trilateral cooperation, although they recognize the need for cooperation, they're more inclined to see the three countries as competing with each other rather than as complementary. My guess is that the results of surveys in China and Japan are not much different from those in Korea. As long as the negative public perceptions persist, it will be very difficult to realize the vision of trilateral cooperation. Last week, there were reports in the Korean media that the current government has improved relations between Korea and Japan, and that the mutual favorability between the two peoples has increased, though there is still room for improvement. I believe this was influenced by the fact that the leaders of the two countries have been meeting frequently since the inauguration of the Korean government and have been making efforts to improve bilateral relations. Therefore, I believe that the best public diplomacy that can increase mutual trust and goodwill among the peoples of the three is for the leaders to meet frequently. Taking this forum as an opportunity, I look forward to the annual hosting of the summit, when our leaders can show interest and review the implementation of the projects agreed upon by the three countries. Secondly, I think we need a two-track approach in trilateral cooperation, separating the resolution of history issues from the future-oriented cooperation. Our three countries have been interacting and maintaining relations for thousands of years, and it is essential to resolve the issues that have arisen in this process in a way that is mutually acceptable to the people of each country, so that true cooperation can take place. In this light, these issues must be resolved. However, issues related to past history take a lot of time to resolve. Thus, we should move away from the approach of trying to resolve these issues in conjunction with future-oriented cooperation. We should continue to expand cooperation in areas where we can make progress, while taking time to resolve issues that are difficult to resolve immediately. This, I believe, is the practical way to continuously develop and expand trilateral cooperation. As the international order and the situation in Northeast Asia continue to change, our three countries are also facing diverse new challenges. Due to this geopolitical situation, I believe that the likelihood of differences in positions among the three is higher than before. Therefore, it's important for us to identify mutually beneficial and feasible cooperation projects, and, as was briefly mentioned by Secretary General Lee Sub earlier, prioritize them to increase our experience in cooperation and build trust through this process. Since the three countries have been facing common problems of low birth rate, aging society, and declining population in recent years, I think that sharing our experience and discussing responses is a priority task that we can implement without much disagreement. Thirdly, I'd like to point out the importance of trilateral exchanges in the humanities. As mentioned earlier, our three countries have been interacting for thousands of years and share many cultural heritage, such as Chinese characters, Buddhism, and Confucianism. Thus, I think that humanities exchanges utilizing our common cultural heritage will make a great contribution to enhancing mutual understanding. At the recent summit, specific measures for humanities exchanges were agreed upon, and I expect that it will be greatly revitalized going forward. Fortunately, our younger generations have a more open attitude towards each other than the older generations, which I think bodes well for future trilateral cooperation. Therefore, I have high hopes for the Campus Asia project, which will involve 30,000 students from our future generations. Given that the Erasmus student exchange program has been praised as a cornerstone of the EU in the past, I believe that our exchange programs between our future generations will be a new foundation for bridging the emotional gap among our three countries and restoring trust among our peoples. Finally, I would like to talk about strengthening the function and role of the TCS. There was an agreement at the summit that we will continue to promote the capacity building of the Secretariat, and I believe that its function and role should be elevated to at least the level of the ASEAN Secretariat. The Secretariat's overall ability to manage and carry out the projects agreed upon should be enhanced to ensure that the cooperation projects achieve the results that were originally intended. Over the past 25 years, We have already experienced several situations in which the trilateral cooperation has been hampered by past events and changing geopolitical circumstances. To overcome these and to ensure that the agreed projects continue without interruption, we believe that the function and role of the Secretariat must be strengthened firstly. This will not be possible without the interest and support of the three governments, and so we request them to pay special attention and exert effort on this issue. The world is currently in a situation where it's difficult to think of common prosperity due to conflicts and division, and cooperation among countries is retreating, and nationalism and protectionism are on the rise due to deglobalization and economic uncertainty. Under these circumstances, I'm very happy and proud that our three countries are coming together to discuss ways to promote cooperation. I hope that based on our trilateral cooperation, all countries in Northeast Asia will join together to form a cooperative community to achieve cooperation, peace, and common prosperity in Northeast Asia, and I wish that our trilateral cooperation will go well so that this day will come soon. I would like to thank the TCS staff for their hard work in organizing today's forum and thank all of you as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your remarks. Next, we have the honor of inviting His Excellency Kitaoka Shinichi, Emeritus Professor of the University of Tokyo. Dr. Kitaoka served as the president of JICA from 2015 to 2022 and is also currently serving as a special advisor to the president of JICA. Dr. Kitaoka, the floor is yours.
Her Excellency Kang In-sun, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Koichi Mitsushima, Ambassador of Japan to the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Xing Haiming, Ambassador of China to the Republic of Korea, distinguished guests, I would like to congratulate all of you on the opening of the 2024 International Forum on Trilateral Cooperation here in Seoul, held under the theme celebrating 25 years of trilateral cooperation, institutionalizing collaboration, and promoting exchanges for a brighter future. I would also like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this forum. I am from the Nara region of Japan. Nara was the first official capital of Japan, founded in the year 710. It was also an international city where many people from all over the world lived, especially people from China and Korea, and they interacted with the people of Japan and contributed to the development of Japan. This year marks 25 years since the first Trilateral Summit was held. I had the opportunity to participate in several meetings and make policy recommendations during the time of Prime Minister Keizo Obuchi, and I'm very pleased with the development of the trilateral relationship. I would also like to pay tribute to the establishment of the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, or TCS, 13 years ago, which has played a great role in the close development of the three countries' regions. Over the past 25 years, the three countries have grown in importance in the world. China's economic development has been a marvel of world history. The economic growth of the Republic of Korea, which overcame the Asian financial crisis, is also remarkable. Japan may be stagnating somewhat, but its influence has been felt around the world, with Prime Minister Abe announcing the Free and Open Indo-Pacific Initiative and spearheading TPP-11. As such, the three countries have become a global force to be reckoned with. However, we do share some common challenges, most notably a declining fertility rate and an aging population. All three countries are experiencing declining birth rates. It's not easy to increase the fertility rate, and it's not easy to provide welfare services for the elderly. It's becoming necessary to bring in foreign-born populations to make up for the labor shortage, and that is likely to cause some measure of social tension. This is an issue that is particularly difficult for our three countries, which have a long tradition of patriarchy and strong cultural unity. There is a growing need for our three countries to work together, drawing on each other's experiences and wisdom in order to cope with the common problem of a declining fertility rate and an aging population. It is unfortunate, however, that the relationship among the three countries cannot be said to be sufficiently stable or close. However, according to various polls, the mutual awareness of the national image by the people of Korea and Japan is improving significantly, and I think this is due in large part to the leadership of President Yoon Suk-yeol, and I salute him for that. I believe that we need to expand this to all three countries. And in that sense, I'm very pleased that the recent Trilateral Summit was successful. It goes without saying that country-to-country relations are stabilized not only by government-to-government relations, but also by a wide range of exchanges at the private level. Among civilian exchanges, it is very important for average citizens to get to know other countries through overseas travel, TV, film, and the internet. In this regard, trilateral relations are making great progress. I do believe that the interest shown by our respective peoples is quite high, and I think that private sector, professional level of dialogue is very important. For example, there was once a framework between China and Japan called the 21st Century Friendship Commission. It was established by Prime Minister Nakasone and General Secretary Hu Yaobang. And every year, people representing both countries held discussions spanning politics, economics, and culture. I myself was a member of it in the late 1990s and participated in the annual meetings. And I remember, for example, working on the preparations for President Jiang Zemin's visit to Japan in 1998. In addition, from 2006 to 2009, I chaired the Japanese side of the Sino-Japanese Joint Study on History. And in that respect, I held several discussions with Chinese scholars. While it is inevitable that there will be differences in historical perceptions between the two countries, we have been working to correct the excesses. We have had similar historical dialogues with Republic of Korea before that, and I think it's unfortunate that such channels are lacking, especially with China. I believe that they should be revived. But what's important in such discussions is freedom of speech, the freedom of expression, because without a free press, there can be no real understanding, no real friendship. Freedom is an important thing. The basic human desire is safety first, then wealth, But freedom is almost just as important. In fact, people seek freedom even if it comes at a slight economic cost. People are not driven by economic interests alone. So once again, I would like to reiterate that alongside these private level conversations, so these private sector conversations, I believe it's important to have more frequent exchanges between the heads of state, because there's nothing more important than leaders meeting and talking to one another. One suggestion I would like to make in particular is for President Xi Jinping to come to Japan and visit Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Last year, President Yoon Suk-yeol, who was invited to the G7 Hiroshima Summit, visited Hiroshima and met with South Korean survivors. It was the first time a sitting South Korean president had ever visited Hiroshima, and President Yoon apologized to the survivors, saying that this visit came much too late. For many Japanese, this visit helped them to reflect on their role in bringing Koreans into the tragedy and made them even more determined to abolish nuclear weapons. The President of the United States has already visited Hiroshima. I hope the heads of states of other large nuclear-armed nations can see the horrific consequences of the atomic bomb. I would like President Xi Jinping, and if there is a chance, President Vladimir Putin, to see this as well. At the moment, I don't think it is possible for President Putin to come to Japan, but since the President of the United States, who dropped the atomic bomb, has come, I see no reason why President Xi Jinping cannot come. As a result of that, I expect China to make further contributions to world peace, including the denuclearization of the world. There is another story I would like to share with you. This year is 2024, and exactly 100 years ago, on November of 1924 in Kobe, Japan, Sun Yat-sen delivered a famous speech known as the Great Pan-Asianism Speech, and in it, Sun Yat-sen made a distinction between the kingly way and the way of tyrants, criticizing the West's use of force to oppress Eastern nations as the way of might. He specifically discussed the way of right versus the way of might, and he praised Japan for being the only one to develop and win the Russo-Japanese War, bringing courage to Asia, and said that relations in the East should be based on the way of right, which is based on the Tao. At the same time, however, Sun Yat-sen was concerned that Japan was engaging in diplomacy based on military strength, and that it was getting into the path of the way of might. In fact, Japan has since gone in that direction. It has used its military strength to suppress and invade its neighbors since the 1930s. And this has caused great damage to countries like China, South Korea, and countries in Southeast Asia, but this has also caused great damage to Japan itself. Japan's expansion into the way of might was a huge mistake, which Prime Minister Abe clearly reflected on and apologized for in his 2015 70 Years of Post-War Discourse speech. It is too simplistic to say that all of the West follows the way of might. It is not, and there are exemplary countries in the West as well, but there are such tendencies that do remain. Russia's behavior, for example, in Ukraine, and the situation in Europe and the Middle East, where armed conflict continues, is a real cause for concern. In Asia, the rise of expansionism by hegemony must be avoided. The three countries should compete not by military might, but by right, by virtue, attracting other countries to them. And I think we should not only maintain peace in Northeast Asia, but also contribute to world peace. That is the responsibility of us three countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your keynote speech, Mr. Kitaoka. And last but not least, please welcome His Excellency Wang Fan, President of China Foreign Affairs University. Dr. Wang is an expert in international relations with a focus on Chinese diplomacy and international security. Dr. Wang, you have the floor.
Honorable Secretary General Lee Hee-seop, Honorable Vice Minister Kang In-sun, Ambassador Goichi Mitsushima, Ambassador Xing Haiming, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be invited to participate in the 2024 International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation. First of all, I'd like to warmly congratulate you on the successful convening of the forum and express my sincere gratitude to the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat for its meticulous and thoughtful work in organizing the forum. China, Japan, and Korea are major economic powers in Asia and important players in international politics. With a combined population of 1.6 billion, the three countries together account for about 24% of the world's total GDP and about 20% of the world's total trade. The three countries are each other's major trading partners, and in 2023, their total trade exceeded $700 billion. Among them, China's trade with Japan and Korea both exceeds $300 billion. And China is South Korea's largest trading partner, largest export market, and largest source of imports, as well as Japan's largest trading partner, second largest export target country, and largest source of imports. Close economic and trade cooperation has brought tangible benefits to the peoples of the three countries. More importantly, the three countries are responsible for promoting regional peace and development and prosperity. The three countries are also important members of the G20 and have significant influence and say in international affairs. At present, this year marks the 25th anniversary of the launch of the trilateral cooperation. Over the past quarter of a century, three countries have made concerted efforts to gradually form a pattern of multi-level, all-round, and wide-ranging cooperation centered on the summits, supported by 21 ministerial meetings and more than 70 working-level consultations and 100 cooperation projects. With the cooperation mechanism being gradually perfected, the areas of cooperation expanding, and the interdependence deepening, the three sides have maintained close communication and coordination in regional and international affairs, and trilateral cooperation has become an important platform for the three countries to consolidate good neighborly relations and expand common interests, an active promoter and leader of regional processes, an important engine of the world economy, and a positive force in global governance. At the same time, it should be noted that trilateral cooperation has not been without its ups and downs and faces a series of inherent and new challenges. From time to time, the development of cooperation among the three has been plagued by unstable bilateral political relations, widening gaps in political mutual trust, and alienation of national sentiments. Since the leaders of the three countries began to meet separately in 2008, there have been three interruptions, and no leaders' meetings have been held in 9 of the past 25 years. The trilateral free trade area has yet to be finalized, and trilateral cooperation is also vulnerable to a series of internal and external factors. Historical differences remain difficult to resolve, territorial disputes are complex and sensitive, and nationalist sentiments have returned. In particular, global trade protectionism has intensified in recent years. Multilateralism and free trade system have been eroded, and the economic security considerations of countries' external cooperation have increased, with the risk of decoupling and breaking the chain rising. The three countries should take the 25th anniversary as an opportunity, be guided by the spirit of the summit, firmly grasp the general direction of friendship and cooperation among the three, properly manage their differences, examine the cooperation at a strategic level, plan the trilateral cooperation from a new starting point, inject new impetus, push cooperation among the three to develop in-depth and real terms to better benefit people of all countries, and jointly bear the responsibility for regional and even world peace, development, and prosperity so as to meet the challenge of Asia and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are neighbors who cannot move away and partners who cannot be separated. We share the same culture, interests, and destinies. Standing on a new starting point, I'd like to share a few personal views on promoting cooperation between our three countries. First, trilateral cooperation should be viewed strategically. And to do that, we need to adhere to strategic leadership and shape political consensus on trilateral cooperation in the new era. So first, trilateral cooperation should be viewed strategically. Cooperation is in line with the strategic needs of the three sides, in the fundamental interest of the peoples, and in the interest of region and the world. At a time when the world is at an important crossroads and three countries are in a critical period of their own development, we must be convinced that the three do not pose a threat to each other, that each other's development is an opportunity for the other, and that we should establish general direction of mutual benefit, cooperation, and win-win situations so as to ensure that the three can achieve mutual success. Secondly, the leading role of the leaders' meeting in trilateral cooperation should be strengthened. Trilateral cooperation needs to be led by the heads of government. At the 9th summit, the three sides agreed that the Trilateral Summit and the Trilateral Foreign Ministers meeting should be held regularly without interruption. Support mechanisms to ensure the continuity of the summit should be strengthened, including the roles of the Trilateral Vision Group and the Trilateral Think Tank Network and the functions of the TCS to serve the leaders' meetings. And once again, three efforts should be made to explore the modern value of common cultural traditions. We should take common cultural traditions as the basis of our common historical responsibility as a starting point and promote the shaping of common identity in Northeast Asia with greater strategic patience, which is the fundamental impetus for promoting deepening of trilateral cooperation, while at the same time making concerted efforts to explore the qualities of Asian value, development models, and government programs. This will require joint efforts of the governments of the three countries, business community, academia, and the press. Secondly, we need to create a new pattern of economic cooperation and consolidate the material basis for trilateral cooperation. We should make concerted efforts to uphold multilateralism and free trade and oppose trade protectionism and bullying. We are the largest trading and investing countries, beneficiaries and supporters of multilateralism and free trade order. And in this regard, we should hold high the banner of multilateralism, normalize functioning of the WTO, and maintain free trade order, oppose all forms of protectionism, and resist the excessive securitization of international agenda. We must actively promote the early conclusion of the trilateral FTA. At the 9th summit, the three sides reached an important consensus on building a comprehensive, high-level, mutually beneficial trilateral FTA with its own value. The three countries should actively implement the commitments of RCEP and maximize the effect of RCEP on the basis of promoting early completion of high-level FTA negotiations to enhance the level and standard of rules for the liberalization of trade in goods in services and investment. This will not only greatly promote economic integration, trade and investments facilitation, help promote industrial upgrading and structural adjustment, improve overall competitiveness, but also help to dissolve the contradictions and differences among us and serve as catalysts to strengthen trilateral political relations. At the same time, it's also expected that all parties will prospectively explore the possibility of China and South Korea joining the CPTPP. Strengthening supply chain cooperation among the three countries in East Asia is also necessary. All three countries are major industrialized countries with highly interconnected supply chains and the main drivers of supply chain in East Asia. In recent years, the three countries in the manufacturing sector have become more competitive, and economic security as the reason for the increase in the review of economic cooperation. The three countries' industrial and scientific and technological cooperation has also been affected by the U.S. scientific and technological suppression of China. However, each country has its own strengths, and complementarities reign strong, especially in the area of trade and service. And we need to also increase financial cooperation among us to prevent regional financial risk. On the basis of the Chiang Mai Initiative, the three sides should expand cooperation in preventing regional financial crises, expand the scale of currency swap, expand the use of local currencies in cross-border transaction, promote the establishment of a market for direct trading in the currencies of our countries, and develop broad market for the currencies. We should expand cooperation in global infrastructure development also. In view of the huge demand in global infrastructure and our huge financial and technological advantage, we should try to explore the flexibility of us three launching cooperation in infrastructure construction in Southeast Asia, Africa, and other regions. This may be a new growth point for our cooperation. At the same time, we should encourage local government-driven sub-regional cooperation around Yellow Sea and Bohai Sea, support the construction of various forms of domestic free trade zone, and actively explore third-party market cooperation in the post-pandemic era. Thirdly, we need to strengthen trilateral cooperation in new economic fields such as green, digital, and marine sectors. We need cooperation in the field of green development. At present, China is promoting quality improvement and upgrading of its economic development and is developing rapidly in the fields of solar, wind, and electric vehicles and other energy. And Japan and Korea have technological advantage and rich experience, so there's abundant room for cooperation among the three. We should expand joint R&D, technology transfer, and experience sharing in environmental protection in areas such as clean energy, low carbon economy, green and circular economy, marine environmental protection, and resource utilization. We need to pursue digital economy cooperation also. At present, China, Japan, and Korea are actively promoting digital transformation of their economies. The three can strengthen cooperation in semiconductor industry, 5G, 6G, cross-border e-commerce, and trade and digital service. We need to also cooperate in the marine field. As the main bodies of ocean governance in Northeast Asia, we should actively explore cooperation in areas such as development of marine economy and environmental protection, formulate a common action plan for marine economy, joint efforts to build marine economic circle around the Bohai and Yellow Seas, and others. Fourth, we need to actively promote humanities exchanges and consolidate the public opinion foundation for China, Japan, Korea cooperation. The promotion of humanities exchange is a basic experience in the development of relations among the three. Cultural exchanges are the basis for building regional awareness and mutual trust, an important link for enhancing the feelings of mutual understanding among our countries. By promoting cultural exchanges among the peoples, we aim to cultivate a sense of closeness, which in turn creates an atmosphere of friendship. The 2025-26 is the year of cultural exchanges, and I would like to put forward the following proposals for further strengthening humanistic exchanges. First, accelerate visa consultations. Adhering to the principle of reciprocity and taking into account the realities of each party, the visa policy should be relaxed to facilitate travel, study tours, education, investment, and exchanges, and enhance positive perceptions among the peoples. And secondly, we should promote Campus Asia programs with high quality and gradually expand the scale and scope. We will actively implement goal of increasing the number of students to 40,000 by 2030 as proposed at the summit, steadily expand the number of universities and students from ASEAN member countries, and explore postgraduate exchange programs so as to create Asian version of the Erasmus program. We will strengthen regular and institutionalized exchanges among young people, and in order to cultivate a new generation of future talents. Thirdly, we'll continue to promote the East Asian Capital of Culture and other brand projects to enrich cultural connotations and popularity of the cities of the three countries. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 25 years, our trilateral cooperation has gone through ups and downs and has become stronger. It is reasonable to believe that the convening of the 9th summit will push trilateral cooperation back on the right track in a comprehensive manner and point out the direction of cooperation in the future. Standing on a new historical starting point, we should forge consensus, shoulder responsibilities, develop and innovate together. And this historic process requires the joint efforts of all of us. At the 9th summit, Premier Li Qiang proposed that China would host a symposium to celebrate the 25th anniversary, and the China Foreign Affairs University has the honor of hosting the event, so I'd like to extend an invitation to all of you here today. I look forward to seeing you all at that time so that we can discuss the great plans for trilateral cooperation together. We're very much looking forward to the sharing of wonderful insight from today's guests and experts. I wish to form a great success. Thank you.
Dr. Wang, thank you for your insightful speech. Due to the Excellency's schedules, we'd like to have a photo session before our break. We kindly invite all session speakers of the forum and TCS board members to move to the stage for the group photo. And journalists who wish to take photos, please follow our staff and move to the front. And dear audience, please be seated while the group photo is in session. Dear participants, welcome back. Let us now begin the first session, titled Vision for a Shared Future, Lessons from the Past and the Road Forward. For the past 25 years, trilateral cooperation has steadily expanded and strengthened despite regional and global crises. Given these achievements, the 25th anniversary is the appropriate time to review the accomplishments and the challenges of trilateral cooperation and look ahead the way forward. In this context, this session will discuss the future of trilateral cooperation and also reflect on its achievements of 25 years. Kindly note that online guests may also submit questions to the speakers through the chat function. And now, without further ado, please welcome Mr. Li Kaisheng, Vice President of the Shanghai Institute for International Studies, to moderate the session. Mr. Li, the floor is yours.
好，谢谢。我是来自上海。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Li Kaisheng from the Shanghai Institute for International Studies. It's a great honor for me to be moderating this first session. As you know well, this year is the 25th anniversary of the beginning of the trilateral cooperation in the form of the TCS. And so we have a 25-year history of engaging in trilateral exchanges. When couples get married, they say that by year 25, there's a high rate of divorce. And what this means is that in a marriage, yes, it does mean something. Being married for 25 years has special significance. So once again, we are at this critical point of 25 years anniversary. Compared to other regions, the trilateral cooperation among Korea, China, and Japan is actually not very active, particularly here in Northeast Asia. There are historical, political complications that continue to exist. And so these kinds of cooperative mechanism, I mean, the fact that we have maintained this for the past quarter of a century, of course, is very meaningful. It has not been an easy path. And we say that 25 years of marriage, you celebrate the silver anniversary. So we are celebrating silver anniversary in our relationship as well. We have experts from the 3 countries as well as from the Netherlands who will be engaging in a discussion on our shared future vision. And so now I'd like to briefly introduce to you our speakers and discussants. First, from Korea, we have Cho Yang-hyun, Director of the Center for Japanese Studies at the Korean National Diplomatic Academy. He is the first speaker. The second speaker is from Japan. He is Miyake Kunihiko, Special Advisor to the Cabinet of Prime Minister Kishida, Office of the Prime Minister. The third speaker is the former Chinese ambassador to Korea, Ning Fu-kui. Welcome. And our discussant is the ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands to Korea, Peter van der Vliet. So I'd like to welcome all of you. We have 3 speakers and 1 discussant once again in this session. And we will be focusing on 3 points for our discussion: history, during the past 25 years, and during the past 13 years since TCS was established. What were the lessons that we have gained, as well as important milestones that we have crossed in our relationship? And also the strengthening of TCS. That is another topic to discuss, how we can build capacity of TCS further. And at the Trilateral Summit, this was already discussed. Which is how can we build stronger capacity for TCS. And also recently, at the Trilateral Summit, there was also discussions about how to improve trilateral relationship in all different areas. And so with the speakers and the discussants, we will be engaging in this exchange of ideas on these topics that I have outlined so far. I will be giving each speaker 10 minutes to share your ideas, after which, after the 3 speaker statements, our discussants will also be giving the discussion for 10 minutes as well. And then after the 4 speakers have spoken, there will be a discussion and Q&A with the floor. And as the moderator of this session, I will be asking questions to our speakers and discussants as well later on. And also, we are having this online and offline hybrid meeting. And so you can submit your questions through online. And if time permits, we're going to try to address those questions that we have received, both from the floor and through online. So I'd like to now ask the Korean speaker, Director Cho Yang-hyun, for your presentation for 10 minutes. So I will be giving you a signal for the time. Thank you.
让我们大家掌声欢迎。
Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 방금 소개.
Yes, I've just been introduced. My name is Cho Yang-hyun. Today, I would like to provide a short talk on the topic of a proposal on furthering the trilateral cooperation. In Fukuoka in 2008, a trilateral dialogue was first launched, and since then I have engaged in research on trilateral cooperation. And today, I find it a great honor to have given this opportunity to speak to you about the research that I have done. I would like to thank our hosts. I have 3 proposals that I would like to talk about. The first is on the significance and meaning of our trilateral cooperation, and secondly, the tasks that we need to engage in to accomplish institutionalization, and the third is on the direction forward on making our institutionalization more robust. The first is on the meaning and significance of our trilateral cooperation. Just 30 years ago, East Asia was suffering from what we call stunted regionalism. If we look to the EU or if we look at NAFTA, compared to these vehicles, Northeast Asia did not have a lot of commitment for regional integration. The level was quite low. This idea of regionalism, which is based on the transfer of national sovereignty, on creating an ultra-nationalist, supranationalist bloc, in terms of that focus, I can say that we are still taking baby steps. However, if we can take a broader definition of regionalism, so if we can look at it from the point of view of simple cooperation with regional countries for furthering our region, then I can say that at least in that regard, cooperation is quite vibrant in this sphere. Particularly in Northeast Asia, there are many different kinds of regional levels of dialogue, so it's a multi-layered regionalism that you can see here. There are multiple different kinds of collaborative fora and channels that have developed. For example, there is ASEAN in Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia. There is trilateral cooperation among Korea, China, and Japan. Over the past 25 years, trilateral cooperation has really accelerated. And in 1999, back then, there were only 2 ministerial vehicles, but now there are 21 ministerial-level collaborative channels and over 70 different kinds of government-level public channels. And there's also much dialogue and exchange among regional local governments and private sector and researchers as well. This has contributed significantly to serving as a buffer to decreasing the level of political and social tension among the 3 countries. In that regard, the Trilateral Summit, which was held last month, allowed the 3 heads of state to say that trilateral cooperation has become deepened in many different walks of life, benefiting our peoples and becoming a significant platform for regional cooperation. And I do think that this level of review is valid. Secondly, what must we do to further institutionalization of trilateral cooperation? Of course, there are these positive reviews, like the reviews shown by the heads of states last month, but we have the summit and the TCS Secretariat, which was established in 2012. So there are these positive outcomes that led to what many can argue institutionalization. But if we look at the history of summits over the past 25 years, I don't think that we are on completely stable footing. After 2008, the 3 heads of state have said many times that they are hoping to have regular annual summits. But in 2003, 2004, 2006, 2007, there were historical strife and territorial issues, and this has led to a discontinuation of the summits.
20년 들어와서도 코로나
In 2020, we had the COVID pandemic and deepening conflict between the U.S. and China with the trade war, so we did not have the summit for about 4 years. There was territorial strife, racial and ideological hegemonic strife. Despite all of these, ASEAN was still able to have consistent regular summits every year for about 50 years. So this is a stark contrast. If we move on to the third issue that I would like to talk about is what must we do to promote institutionalization of trilateral cooperation. I want to propose 2 things. The first is we must absolutely have a high level, a presidential level of summits every year without fail. There have been many ways that have been presented to try to decrease tension among the 3 countries. Cooperative vision and sharing a common identity and trying to issue a sort of moratorium, declare one on history and territorial issues, and also try to separate policy outcomes from political matters. However, if we look at the past, we have seen that none of these suggestions were actually realistic. So I think once again we have to turn to ASEAN. Even if there are issues for conflict and tension, we should nevertheless continue to engage in multilateral cooperation in spite of those issues. This is also a way to institutionalize trilateral cooperation, putting it in document form on institutionalizing the summit. I do think that it was great progress made in the past summit that the three heads of state agreed to this regular holding of the summits. But if we can document it and have it in written form, host the summits every year in the first half of the year, then it would be helpful. There are many international conferences and summits held in the second half of the year, so if we can host it and commit to hosting it in the first half of the year, then I do think that it will be more realistic. And thus far, we have seen it practiced that China did not send their president. However, instead of the prime minister, I think having the president of China participate in the summit would allow for a so-called leveling up of the summit. Second proposal that I would like to make is to enhance the capacity of TCS. As former Minister Kim Sung-hwan has mentioned in his keynote speech, I do think this is a very important task. In Southeast Asia, ASEAN was able to maintain and strengthen regional cooperation because of the ASEAN Secretariat. The ASEAN Secretariat played an immense role. In Northeast Asia, we had a low level of institutionalization, and yet we were able to establish TCS. I think this was remarkable progress. And yet, it is the foreign ministries of the three countries that have the policy influence. So if the TCS can be like a control tower, they need to have more control, more budget, and also more HR control as well. Just like ASEAN, TCS could function as a preparatory agency for the summit. And for that, it needs to be equipped with a relevant authority. For ASEAN, there are 300 or 400 meetings or so across the dozen or so ASEAN countries, and the ASEAN Secretariat is responsible for coordinating them. For the three countries, there's the foreign ministers, the ministerial level, the director general level meetings, and of course the Trilateral Summit. These events and the conferences are all separately coordinated and separately run by the relevant ministries. So if this can be the authority for hosting and coordinating all of this can be given to the TCS, and if TCS can also be given the authority to manage the different projects among the three countries, that would be very helpful. Furthermore, it is important for the TCS as a secretariat to participate in issues like cyber terrorism, disaster, terrorism, nuclear safety. In those function-specific areas, TCS participation should be further expanded. At the 7th summit in 2018, the three countries' foreign ministries agreed to more discussions, and TCS should participate in these as well. And TCS should participate as an observer in other regional bloc meetings such as APEC and etc. And also, we need to secure the fiscal stability of TCS. In 2019, at the summit there, we were able to reaffirm once again the role that TCS can play. And I think that a TCS can go a long way to also contribute more with the TCF, or the Trilateral Cooperation Fund. Furthermore, the Secretariat's term should also be increased from the current 2 years to the 4-year term. TCS, some of the authority, of course, might be difficult to be transferred over from the foreign ministry, and in that transition process, there will inevitably be some bumps on the road. But if we look at ASEAN, we have to take a long-term approach. I do think that for the purposes of institutionalizing trilateral cooperation, to have TCS take up more of that influence and take up more of that control would be very important. Thank you for your attention.
好，谢谢曹主任的这个精彩发言。他对
Thank you very much. The regularization of Trilateral Summit and the capacity building of TCS were some of the points that were made. Again, please be reminded that you have 10 minutes. Next, I'd like to invite from Japan, Miyake Kunihiko, Special Advisor to the Cabinet of the Prime Minister, for his statement. Please give him a warm hand.
Thank you. I am so honored to be here, to be honest. And first of all, I'd like to thank the TCS Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat for inviting me today. You may regret, but later you will appreciate. Today, I was a bit embarrassed because every speaker speaks his or her native language, but I decided not to do that because I want you to listen to me without using interpretation, because I have some messages. So if you understand English, please remove your earphone and please listen to me carefully. I like to do that directly to you. Thank you. That said, I am a serious, no-nonsense former Middle East hand in the Japanese Foreign Service. So therefore, I have no intention to give a time-wasting propagandish ceremonial speech. Or I have no intention to make a proposal without substances. After turning 70 years old last year, I have nothing to worry about. I'm not afraid of anything. So I tell you what I want to tell you. This year marks the 25th anniversary of Trilateral Cooperation. And 25 years ago, in 1999, I was director at the North America Bureau of the Foreign Ministry, in charge of the Japan-US Security Treaty Affairs. I witnessed President Kim Dae-jun's visit to Japan, and I listened to his speech in the Japanese parliament. It was a moving, really moving speech. And I was also in Beijing when President Hu Jintao took office in 2002. So I was in Beijing. So at that time, I was very, very optimistic about the future of our trilateral cooperation. But unfortunately, since then, our relationship have fluctuated widely like an oscilloscope. Of course, many of these fluctuations happen for some political reasons, you may all know. The opening ceremony of the TCS was held probably somewhere in this neighborhood, September 27th, 2011. And I like to, again, express my utmost respect for the TCS, which in the past 13 years have planned and implemented various meaningful projects, sometimes patiently, sometimes boldly, trying to overcome many difficulties. And the first Secretary General of TCS, here present, distinguished Secretary General, ambitiously said at that time, do you remember? He said, I hope that the TCS will grow into a powerful international organization like the EU or ASEAN. I fully agree. But while the EU is a homogeneous grouping of more than 20 European Christian nations, ASEAN, on the other hand, is a diverse international body that has been carefully, patiently maintained for the sake of long-term confidence building among the region's various, no major, I shouldn't have said that, well, not major powers, because there's no participation by the major powers. It was manageable. ASEAN is an organization whose very existence itself has great significance. In comparison, the TCS is different from either of the two. But perhaps it is closer to ASEAN in that the existence itself is meaningful, very meaningful. When it comes to TCS, I wish to make 3 important points today. I still have 5 minutes, so I can finish it. The first is the importance of its existence. To exist anywhere, we should continue to exist. Because if you lose it, we have nothing. In other words, continuity is in a narrow sense. The TCS has been aimed at building confidence among our 3 nations, and I believe that this purpose has been well served. Thanks to all of you. The second and a greater challenge is to maintain continuity in a broader sense. That is, to continue constant activities year after year without interruption and to produce specific results. The biggest obstacle was that issues were often politicized, with regional disputes introduced or involved. In addition, since the consensus among the 3 nations had been so emphasized, that we tend to have similar agendas repeatedly year after year. That's probably a natural thing to happen. In this sense, while the second point seems to contradict with the first, in fact, those 2 points I made are 2 sides of the same coin. Thirdly, and finally, I wish to point out the importance of innovation or transformation. Now that the trilateral cooperation has reached the 25-year mark, the TCS may be standing at the new juncture in history. There's a trade-off because of the small number of participants. We have only 3 participants. 3 is a very stable number because it's a triangle. Triangle is so stable, but it will not. But sometimes it is so stable that often inwardly closed and does not expand outwardly. So that's the characteristics of the triangle. While maintaining the basic framework of cooperation among the 3, we may now have to consider increasing the scope of both participants and activities from now on. Rather than trying to complete the TCS with only 3 nations, it might be a good idea to expand the activities of the TCS in a more innovative manner with such concepts like a 3+1 or 3+X. In this context, I believe that the 3+ Mongolia idea, which was discussed at the recent Tripartite Summit meeting held in here, this could be a breakthrough. Finally, going forward, it may be necessary to retain the good aspect of confidence building while pursuing new innovations for its activities. In particular, I wish to commend Dr. Zhou, the Korean friend, whose proposal to further strengthen the Secretariat's authority, realigning its authority and giving it more unique identity. I believe these are all worthy of listening ears. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sticking to your time limit and for giving an excellent sharing of ideas. Thank you very much once again. So you also gave very good proposals. Thank you for that as well. Next, we'd like to invite former Chinese ambassador to Korea, Ning Fu-kui. You have 10 minutes.
I am very pleased to have this opportunity to participate in this forum and to speak about the future of the trilateral cooperation. The 9th summit was held recently in Seoul, and I believe that the successful hosting of the summit showed that trilateral cooperation is once again seen to be a very significant agenda for the heads of state. The joint declaration was announced, and there were practical and concrete commitments that were included in this document. There was a clear positive signal that the three countries will engage in further cooperation down the road. Many countries around the world, particularly in ASEAN, were very much looking forward and anticipating the summit, and also in all of our countries. And as Prime Minister Li Keqiang has said, this summit came on the heels of 4 years of discontinuation. And in doing so, it has opened up a new chapter for trilateral cooperation, and that this new summit would open up the way for us to usher in a new future. It's a great blueprint. The three countries are close neighbors, physical proximity, and also in terms of our population and our influence around the world. The three countries have a lot to do to contribute to peace, prosperity, and economic growth for the region and the world at large. This year marks the 25th anniversary of the start of trilateral cooperation. Our three countries, our level of cooperation is truly accelerating. And in 2008, I was deeply impressed because that year the first summit was held in Fukuoka in Japan. And then there was a joint declaration that was announced for a joint partnership, a comprehensive partnership among the three countries where we established clear principles for the way forward. And that was how the Solo Summit became an institution. In responding to the global financial crisis, the three countries also shared a common understanding. So there was also a joint declaration on global finance and the economy. I remember I was in Korea at the time, serving as an ambassador for my country. And I remember at the time being very personally pleased about this level of deepening of trilateral cooperation. In a very short period of time, our three countries were able to foster these deep ties of cooperation. Especially when bilateral relations are quite positive, we were able to achieve much accomplishments, person-to-person exchanges, mutual trust, and also mutual understanding. I believe that these tasks, these missions were great, but there are still many left ahead of us. I believe we need to foster more trust. There needs to be mutual trust so that we can engage in more accomplishments in the future and have more developments in our trilateral cooperation. Over the past 4 years, we've seen how much the world has changed. International politics, regional and geopolitical tensions. We've seen so much massive changes across the world at large. And these are bringing many challenges to all of us. However, because we are facing these complex challenges ahead of us, the three countries of Korea, China, and Japan are only so much realizing that there are things that remain constant. And there are four constants that I would like to emphasize. The first is that all three countries are pursuing cooperation, reciprocity, and shared growth. Our peoples aspirations for those have not changed. And the second constant is that we remain neighbors. We remain very close geographical neighbors, and that will never change. And thirdly, the constant is that we have gone through these Asian financial crises and COVID, that we have engaged together in a spirit of cooperation through those crises. And the fourth constant is that our responsibility to maintain regional stability continues to be a constant. This means that the three countries have to work together to build common prosperity despite these complex challenges. The TCS is an important outcome of our institutionalization. Over the past 13 years or so, the Secretariat has worked very actively, participating in the collaborative mechanisms for the three countries, providing much support and also spearheading many relevant projects. The TCS is really showing their prowess and their impact in many of these regards. Last year, I had the opportunity to participate in TCS events. Some of them were youth-related. And according to the 9th Summit Joint Declaration, the three countries have agreed to focus more on 6 areas for further cooperation. These commitments, these promises made by our heads of state are those tasks that we must continue to carry forward with and work to implement. In that regard, I believe that we have to provide more support for institutionalization. There are 21 ministerial meetings and over 70 or so governmental collaborative mechanisms across our three countries. Going forward, there might be even more than these, but TCS is working in education, tourism, agriculture, many of these different regions, many of these different sectors, such as green growth, green development. Perhaps the TCS should also work to build their capacity on these areas as well. And the three countries should also work to try to emphasize cooperation in some lesser looked, marginalized areas of cooperation, and TCS can provide that support. 2025 and 2026 were designated as years of cultural exchange among the three countries, and we have agreed to increase the level of people-to-people exchange to 30,000 going forward. There is also plans to increase the number of students participating in the Asian campus from 15K to 30K. These goals, these outcomes are those that are realistic in scope. Of course, this is not to say that the challenge is not there. This will be difficult to achieve, but it is a realistic target. And so in that regard, we have to continue to engage in many different exchanges, particularly youth exchange. Furthermore, there needs to be more work on economy and trade, trying to identify more areas for economic cooperation. There are some efforts to try to dismantle and break up the Northeast Asian region. However, we have the internal engine within ourselves and the internal drive to have more integration. The supply chain, digital transformation, and AI-related coordination are those areas that need to be more fostered, and there needs to be ministerial meeting in the field of science and technology. The fourth is that we have to see more roles of the TCS in expanding the summit. The TCS plays an important role, and it has shown that it has played an important role in the past, but in the future it can play other key roles, for example, as a digital hub or as the Secretariat for other areas that the three countries are working on together. And the TCS can help to raise awareness across our countries and our peoples and contribute to raising mutual awareness. I believe that TCS can continue to work in this regard, and I hope that it will do so. Lastly, I would like to end by thanking TCS for inviting me to this forum and giving me this opportunity to speak here. I wish for the success of IFTC.
Thank you very much. So we've listened to the three speakers from Korea, Japan, and China respectively share their ideas with regards to regional cooperation. So the three countries seem to be playing very important roles in promoting regional cooperation. Next, I'd like to ask our discussant to speak. He is from Europe. He is the ambassador of the Netherlands to Korea, Peter van der Vliet. So since you are a discussant, please try to give your ideas on the three speakers who spoke earlier. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, moderator Li Kai-shang, also for moderating this debate. I would like to really thank the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat for inviting me to this important and timely international forum. I have listened with great interest to the contributions by the panel speakers, Director Professor Zhou, Special Advisor Miyake-san, and Ambassador Ning. Lots of suggestions. So you might wonder, what is the ambassador of the Netherlands doing in this, on this panel? Because I am clearly the outsider here. I'm the only one who is not from China, South Korea, or Japan. Some of you might think, is he here to submit the application of the Netherlands to become a member of the Trilateral Cooperation, or the application of the European Union? That is not the case. Although it does sound rather tempting, and I really like the suggestion also by Special Advisor Miyake-san in his introduction, where he stressed as one of his points trilateral cooperation plus X, and X could of course be Mongolia, X could be ASEAN. Those are the obvious candidates, but X could also be, for example, the European Union. Because there's a world out there beyond the three countries. And I think some of the issues that we are tackling are global issues, climate change, health challenges. So I think it's an excellent suggestion to try to reach out also beyond the region for cooperation. Let me backtrack a little bit. The organizers asked me to make some remarks based on the history of the cooperation within the European Union, so I will do so. For an open economy and a relatively small country like the Netherlands, the European Union is of critical importance. We are dependent on the European Union for our prosperity, to be able to negotiate trade agreements with countries that are much bigger than us, to set global rules. And we need also our EU friends for our security. And I think the Russian invasion of Ukraine shows how important it is to have strong partners and to have safety in numbers. So having listened to the presentations, I would like to offer three important similarities between the EU and East Asia that might be relevant to trilateral cooperative dynamics, but also three differences. So based on those, I will try to highlight some experiences that are hopefully relevant for this region. A first similarity between the EU and East Asia is that both regions have a long history that unfortunately has not always been a pleasant one. Europe experienced no less than 2 world wars in the 20th century, and even today a war is raging on the European continent. Similarly, trilateral historical relations between China, Japan, and Korea have a troubled past. In that sense, I can really relate to the historical sensitivities that are involved in trilateral cooperation and trilateral diplomacy. A key difference, however, is that in Europe, the formation of the European Union is the direct result of those 2 world wars that I mentioned. One could say that the European Union was born out of the ashes of the Second World War. And looking at China, Japan are okay, trilateral cooperation, I'm grateful that the establishment of the Trilateral Summit and the TCS was not preceded by such a terrible catastrophe immediately prior to its establishment. So the second similarity between the EU and the TCS is the important role of economic and people-to-people cooperation. Indeed, the European Union started out as a common market for coal and steel, and the EU's powers are to this day the strongest in the economic area. The EU has also greatly improved people-to-people contacts, not just by establishing the free movement of people, but also by initiatives such as the Erasmus University Exchange Project. Its benefits to the citizens of Europe in terms of economic prosperity, security, and free movement have fueled the EU's continued development. But here too there's a difference in that the story of the EU integration, strategic interests and politics have always been part of the mix. The goal of the EU is no more war, is itself political. And although it started with a trade community, it was no coincidence that it covered the key strategic industries of the time, coal, steel, and nuclear. The third similarity, and I think all speakers have referred to this, is the importance of institutionalization. That is also the theme of the International Forum, institutionalizing collaboration. I've heard suggestions to annualize the summits, the Leader Summit, to strengthen the function of the TCS, and for it to serve as a confidence and trust-building mechanism. And the EU, I think, proves that to promote integration, common institutions are indeed of key importance. But here is also a key difference. The institutions of the EU have developed over more than 7 decades. They are also treaty-based. Its members have willingly transferred part of their sovereignty to the EU for their common good. That also means that the EU is a legal union. Its functioning and the relations between its member states are governed by the rule of law. And if there are conflicts, they can be resolved by the European Court of Justice. This prevents any one member from dominating the others. Of course, given East Asia's unique history and background, it would be unrealistic to expect a similar level of integration between China, Japan, and Korea. After all, like I said, it took us more than 7 decades in the EU to come this far. Many European experiences may not apply to this region and vice versa. So what then could be relevant EU experiences to the trilateral cooperation between China, Japan, and the Republic of Korea? Let me mention 3. First, as I have just mentioned, and as all speakers have emphasized, institutionalization is key. Whether this is further strengthening the TCS, as Director Zhou mentioned, or the holding of annual leaders meetings, as Director Zhou and Special Advisor Miyake suggested, this creates a culture of dialogue and confidence building, which can contribute to stable and constructive trilateral relations. In the EU, there is a regular schedule for meetings, which means that no country can really cancel meetings if they are dissatisfied with the others. This means that whether relations are on a high or on a low, the meetings happen anyway. This encourages countries to keep talking also when they do not necessarily agree on certain issues. And I think that could be a good example also for trilateral cooperation. It maybe sometimes also means managing expectations. At the EU, when the leaders meet regularly, the expectations are not always high in the sense that we have to have a glowing joint communique, or every summit has to result in earth-shattering results or deliverables. So institutionalize the meetings, make them regular, and make them also quite, a common thing to do. The second suggestion, integration must yield real benefits for people of the countries involved. I think this is rather obvious. And I think that here the TCS is really doing very valuable work. based on Ambassador Ning's outline of the outcomes of the 9th Trilateral Summit. From this contribution, it seems that Chinese, Japanese, Korean cooperation has a great potential for the inhabitants of all three countries, whether this concerns academic exchanges, free trade, scientific and technological cooperation, or cultural exchanges. My final and last point would be, as speakers have also stressed, that in addition to the aforementioned topics, maybe it can be explored also how to discuss more sensitive or political issues. This is not easy, and it does not necessarily happen overnight. But in the context of the EU, it has helped to create a community of partners where any issue of any nature can be placed on its agenda, ensuring structural cooperation on a wide range of issues. Thank you very much.
谢谢大使先生非常准时的完成了。
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you very much for sharing your ideas. The EU is comprised of over 30 countries. For our trilateral cooperation, we have just 3 countries participating, and it would not be easy for so many countries to cooperate through this mechanism. And this is certainly a learning that we should get from the EU. The individual situations of the countries are all different, but of course we need to consider those circumstances and also learn from the other regions' experiences. So thank you very much. So now I'd like to go on to the discussion and Q&A session. First of all, yes, again, we continue to receive questions online and also from the floor as well. For our online questions, I'd like to ask our staff to deliver those questions to me. But of course, as a moderator, I have prepared some questions for our speakers and discussants. So let me begin with Director Cho Yang-hyun.
过去25年的合作的历史，当然。
You have gone past the 25 years of trilateral cooperation, and 25 years is quite long. If you were to compare our level of regional integration to the past, do you think we are getting closer to integration, or economic integration in particular? Are we there yet, or are we not? Compared to about 10 years ago, what are your thoughts? And also, if we look at the 3 countries, Korea, China, and Japan, what are each of our competitive strengths for going towards integration? I don't think that we have to speak about something that's too gloomy. So if you can think about some of our competitive advantages, that would be helpful. Thank you for the questions. I would also like to thank Ambassador Vliet. The 3 proposals that he has made, some of them overlapped with what I suggested, and I do have to say that I agree with your comments. I do think that rather than them being questions, they're more of comments, so thank you for that. Dr. Li Kai-sheng asked me about our level of economic integration and overall integration compared to 10 years ago, and what are our competitive strengths and advantages. If we look back to 10 years ago, that would be 2014, as I understand. Back then, we didn't have COVID. We didn't have U.S.-China conflict. Of course, there might have been some other challenges, such as a historical, territorial strife and other diplomatic challenges, but the 3 countries still managed to come together and achieve some measure of progress. In the 2010s and in the 2020s, I think that our challenges were slightly different. The context is different. So in the 2010s, it was really the source of our bilateral tension that made cooperation difficult. But in the 2020s, it was more of the international challenges that made our cooperation more difficult. So there is this challenge that stems from different kind of context. But seen in the long-term view, I think that our trilateral cooperation has indeed become deeper. It has expanded. In the 2020s, There was 4 years of discontinuation of the Trilateral Summit, but if we still look at a broader view, I do think that our level of integration has become deeper. And this is a definite lesson for us to expand our cooperation even further in the future. And also our competitive strengths. This might be a little bit sensitive, but our three countries, in terms of the economy and political and social structures, we are all different. Korea and Japan are free market-based economies. China is not. So there is this difference in our systems. But I think that this difference can be our strength. And our levels of economic growth are also different. In the 1990s, up until then, Japan really was the leader of the economic development model in Northeast Asia. And Korea, Hong Kong, and Singapore, those other countries were fast followers. But now if we look at the situation, Korea is also joining the ranks of advanced economies, very similar to Japan. And we've all seen the remarkable growth shown by China. So I think that in the past we were more mutually complementary, whereas now we can be good peers competing with one another. So I think that we have been able to absorb each other's strengths and try to overcome the weaknesses. And in terms of the economy and also people-to-people exchange, we can have further cooperation down the road. That is all. Thank you.
谢谢您的回答。所以从您的回答当中。
Thank you very much for your answer. And I was listening to Mr. Zhou's answer. I was thinking about not just the present exchange, but also future exchange potential. Next, I'd like to give the question to Miyake Kunihiko from Japan. So you've been a diplomat for a long time, and I'm sure that you have a lot of experience and understanding with regards to this issue of cooperation. The Northeast Asian integration, do you feel that there has been progress or it has been regressing? And also, in the future development, what is the biggest area of concern for you? And what is the biggest area of competitiveness for future cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I pessimistic or optimistic? My answer is, of course, I'm optimistic. See, 50 years ago or 70 years ago, we had nothing. Then we started the recovery, and South Korea caught up, and maybe you might have passed us. And China is on the way, and they are catching up, and maybe exceeding us. So given the economic sort of environment in this part of the world as compared to 30, 40, 50 years ago, it's a remarkable achievement. And we have much more in common than before. So from the economic point of view, if not political, from the economic point of view, we have so many things to share. So I am much more optimistic than pessimistic. And then what was the second question? Excuse me. I always do things one on one. One at a time.
Okay.
What's the second question?
The second, actually, the second question about you is what's the most worries on the future of this regional cooperation, and what's the advantages of this regional cooperation? Yeah.
Well, there's a trade-off, as I told you before, because in order for us to get together, we have to depoliticize issues. But if you continue depoliticizing issues, we cannot get closer. So this is a trade-off, and this is the advantage, and this is the disadvantage. So what is the most concerning to me? Of course, it is national security, military or strategic issues. This issue will not go away, no matter how often we get together. And this is the political reality, and let's be honest, we cannot solve it overnight. But at the same time, because there are differences among ourselves, we need to get together again and again and again so that we continue the confidence building measures. Look, what happened to the United States during the 50s and 60s and 70s? No matter how different they are from the Soviet Union, former Soviet Union, they always try to continue dialogue with Moscow. Why? Because they wanted to avoid miscalculation, avoid misunderstanding, which could lead to a catastrophe. Therefore, I'm not saying that we are repeating the same Cold War, but given the current circumstances we face now in this part of the world, we need to continue dialogue so that we avoid misunderstanding and miscalculation and get a better understanding of each other.
好，感谢你的回答。那么接下来
Yes, thank you very much. Another question goes to Ambassador Ning Fukui.
到这个青年
In your presentation, you talked about the importance of youth exchange. And you said, in fact, that you've personally had the opportunity to attend some of those youth exchange forums that were hosted by TCS. So how do you think we should support a youth exchange going forward? Thank you very much for that very good question. I came here today to the site and looked around me, and I saw that there are many young people here in the audience, outside of the presenters and the speakers. The fact that there are so many young people here who are interested in trilateral cooperation and that they are trying to understand this better and participate more in these activities is one that is quite encouraging, I have to say. As you have all seen, the joint declaration, the joint Trilateral Summit declaration also placed a lot of emphasis on youth exchange and youth relevant cooperation. In fact, it is emphasized several times, and I was deeply impressed with one expression in particular, and it went something along the lines of the fact that we can make trilateral cooperation more robust by trying to foster more youth exchange, because that will be the foundation for more cooperation down the road. This means that our three heads of state have escalated the level of youth exchange to the next level. They are seeing it as a very important means of furthering trilateral cooperation. This means that we have to likewise escalate our channels of trilateral cooperation, particularly for the youth. And in so doing, what can we do to support more youth exchange? I think that the youth can definitely play a major role. The youth are not only the futures of our three countries, but they are also the future of trilateral cooperation. The youth, the young people of the three countries, are the ones who can shape our collective perceptions of one another. And so because of that, I think that three countries, if we want to further grow and develop, our public perception, our public opinion of one another should continue to improve. And that is where the youth come in. The youth should see themselves and one another in a more positive, more favorable light. And I would like to provide three opinions on how we can further that. The first is to try to have organic, more natural exchange among the youth through the means of tourism or studying abroad. visiting abroad. These are very organic means, and these can be seen as individual level of activities, but more of these can allow us all to have better understanding of one another. So we can see one another in a more objective light and a more realistic light. The second thing is that we have to be more active, more proactive. By that I mean the government should really engage in more proactive measures. The three countries, the three governments, because they are seeing youth exchange and youth cooperation as being very important, the government is very accountable and responsible for furthering these activities. And when I say government, I also include local governments here, provincial governments. And colleges and universities must also see this as an important initiative and spare no funding, providing budgetary support to this initiative. The governments should provide more policy funds in these regards, create platforms for the youth to engage in. Also, exchange platforms may be led by the local governments. Thirdly, that all sectors, all areas should participate. By that I mean the private sector participation. Many representatives from different walks of life who can all bring their own expertise to the table, create a bridge, so to speak, a connection for the youth. I think that the private sector can play a big role in this regard. Again, I have to say that the three countries all come from different systems, different institutions. Our politics are all different. So the three youth of our three countries have grown up in different atmospheres, in different environments. This means that they can be heavily impacted by what they perceive of one another. So the three youths of our three countries are also, therefore, more open to perception, and they can be more malleable to change and understanding, have more mutual respect and mutual understanding of one another by engaging and exchanging with one another even more, and be more objective in analyzing and critiquing the issues that we have between us. And through more exchange, gradually we can have and build more trust and narrow and bridge our differences and contribute to trilateral cooperation.
常赞同您的观点啊。
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ning Fuku, and I fully agree with your opinion. So for the next 25 years, the cooperation will depend on the future generations, the young generation. And we do have many young participants here seated at the back. It's the older generation that are seated in front, but it's nice to meet all of you, the different generations here. Next, I'd like to ask this question to Ambassador Peter van der Vliet. You talked about the EU and the institutionalization. So institutionalization will be very important in regional cooperation. And the EU process of integration probably took a long time, was not an easy process. And after 2 world wars, there has been a lot of progress in institutionalized cooperation. So in trilateral cooperation among Korea, China, and Japan, and also in terms of, we do have the first Secretary General of TCS here with us as well, but for TCS, what is the way by which we can institutionalize cooperation further? How can we contribute to cooperation institutionalization for TCS? And also, in terms of the building stronger capacity for TCS, what are some ways by which we can realize this goal based on EU's experience?
Thank you very much. Well, first I would like to start by saying that I'm already very impressed by how far this trilateral cooperation has actually progressed already. Before, I was so focused on the Trilateral Summit that was when I arrived August last year in Korea, and it was, is there going to be a Trilateral Leaders Summit or not? So I thought that was pretty much the only thing that was happening in trilateral cooperation. Not so. I mean, Secretary General Lee Sup explained to me that there is multi-layered cooperation already going on and has been going on between the three countries. There are more than 70 forms of cooperation. There are 21 ministerial meetings. There are more than 100 projects. I think Professor Zhou in his introduction talked about baby steps, but baby steps are also steps forward. And like I said, at the European Union, it took more than 7 decades to reach the point where we are now. So it's hard for me to exactly answer what is the way forward. That is very much something that has to be discussed between the three countries. But I would say small incremental steps, the institutionalization of the cooperation that we all talked about before, multi-layered cooperation along a range of themes. I think the 6 priority areas are very well chosen. So there's a lot of scope for further intensifying cooperation. And also make it the new normal, like I said. Not treat a summit, a leaders' summit, as something exceptional, but as the new normal structural cooperation that will just take place every year. So that would be my answer. Thank you.
好，谢谢您的这个，特别是
Thank you very much for your answer. And yes, we do look forward to those kinds of institutionalization of cooperation among our three countries. We will have the Trilateral Summit next year as well, and we hope to have those summits be regularized. We have received some questions through online participants. So there are some questions to the 3 speakers, and they are in English.
think of the so-called New Cold War era. New Cold War era, in which trilateral cooperation plays a role in the world. 所以关于新冷战时期的看法，那么我们就
So to our 3 speakers who are 3 experts in this topic, maybe you can try to address this question that we have received online. So we have to finish the session soon, but before we do that, we'd like to hear the answers from our speakers and also try to get some questions from the floor. You have 3 minutes each. Each of the speakers, you have 3 minutes to answer the question about the new Cold War era. So first of all, Mr. Cho Yang-hyun from Korea.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. This expression itself of a new Cold War, I think there is some level of value judgment there, because if we think about the Cold War, that's referring to the U.S. Soviet-Russia tension. And now, in the new Cold War, we think about the, again, bipolar strife between U.S. and China. Oh, there is that image, definitely, when we talk about Cold War or new Cold War. But if we look at the realities, there are definitely some changes, some differences, might be some systemic similarities, but globally, I think that there is definitely a change, and neither U.S. or China want to go back to the past, to the Cold War era. But we have to be mindful of the fact that U.S.-China conflict does impact trilateral cooperation. We have to look at the elements of this bilateral conflict between U.S. and China and not have it impact trilateral cooperation in any meaningfully negative way. And that is our challenge. If we look at maybe this perspective from the point of view of China, they think that U.S. is trying to reshuffle the global world order to place a check on China, to curb China. And then China might try to strategically use a trilateral cooperation as a way to, again, balance out to the U.S. And if that is the reigning perspective, that would be very negative for trilateral cooperation. Or maybe that we can see trilateral cooperation as an antithesis to U.S., Korea, and Japan cooperation. And so this could also something that means we cannot have that together with cooperation, any meaningful cooperation with China. And that would mean that is also a very negative sentiment, a negative evaluation for trilateral cooperation, which is why I would say that our trilateral cooperation, CJK cooperation, is very regional in scope. By that I mean we're transferring some level of national sovereignty to try to create a regional bloc. We're not doing anything that drastic, but that we're doing something of a softer level of regional integration to engage in broader cooperation for the betterment of our region. That is a tradition that we have seen over the past 20 plus years. And in that regard, we have to minimize outside impact to our trilateral CJK cooperation. If you look at our level of cooperation in the past 20 years, and now maybe 30 years in the future, they will not always look the same. There will be some ups and downs in the short time, but in the long time, it will continue to broaden and expand. And we need to have that positive mindset, minimize those systemic elements that lead to strife, but try to maximize our economic and integration and cooperation.
回答。那么我想问第二位
Thank you very much. Next, from Japan, Miyaki Kunihiko. Our second speaker, I'd like to give you the same question.
My answer is very simple. Whether or not we are in the age of new Cold War or not is irrelevant, completely irrelevant. So some journalists or some academics might want to think that way, but that's not the point. The point is that the situation, the difficulties we face now is much more global than regional. You see, what's happening in Europe and what's happening in the Middle East and what's happening in East Asia or Indo-Pacific, they are becoming one. They are not three independent theaters of operation anymore. The so-called revisionist countries are there to change the status quo, unfortunately, even by force. So in order for that, for us to cope with the situation, whether it's a new Cold War or not, what is more important is that we are becoming one theater of operation, and we need to be able to deter whatever attempts to change the status quo by force. Not only in this part of the world, but also in Europe, and also in the Middle East. So I'm saying that in order for us to be able to deter or stabilize our part of the world, we need strong NATO to deter the Russians, and we need stable Middle East to deter whatever activities in the Middle East. That's the only way for us to stabilize the entire world. So I repeat that whether or not we are in the new Cold War or not is irrelevant.
谢谢公家报。
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Ning. Please go ahead.
但我想，新冷。
So if we say new Cold War, neo Cold War, it is not something that is in agreement with global peace or prosperity or even regional peace or prosperity. China has never wanted to have these conflict situations between two blocs. Particularly, we have not tried to antagonize any third party. And this conflict among these different fronts would only lead to more difficulties and challenges for the different countries, only lead to more negativity. And this negativity will also impact trilateral cooperation. CJK cooperation should be free from geopolitical tension. It should not be impacted by ideological fights. The three countries of CJK should only focus on our common growth and prosperity. If in the process of going towards more cooperation, if the CJK countries are going down that path, there could be some concerns down the road. But there could be some concerns that perhaps geopolitical tension might negatively impact us, but our focus should be on our regional growth and development. We have to escape and move away from this neo-Cold War mindset and try to achieve common prosperity. That is our responsibility.
那么在这个
Thank you very much. And now we'd like to open up the floor and accept questions from our audience who are here on site. We do have a lot of young participants, and you're probably itching to ask a lot of questions. Unfortunately, we do not have a lot of time, because we have to finish by 12:30, but we do have some opportunity to address maybe one or two questions from the floor. So please raise your hand before asking the question. Please identify yourself briefly before giving the question. And so again, the floor is open, and this is your opportunity to ask questions.
排在那位先生。
Yes, please wait for the microphone, the person on the second line. Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations on the 25th anniversary of the Trilateral Cooperation. I feel that this is a very important session. My question is for Ambassador Peter van der Vliet. So you are presenting a third-party perspective here. And so looking at the European experience before, so in this region we have Korea, China, and Japan. And there is the US-China conflict that we need to consider. That's going to be very influential. And maybe this could be a new normal in the future. So it's like the white elephant that no one is talking about in this room. So no one has talked about this US-China competition in detail. So, I mean, we're talking about the need to have trilateral cooperation. But when we are faced with very specific challenges like this, I mean, we don't know how we can respond. So with the US, China, and, Korea and Japan are allies, but China does not have that relationship with the US. And so I'd like to know, have there been some discussions about how to respond to such newly emerging challenges? Can we still be very positive about the outlook for the trilateral cooperation despite all of these challenges that comes up, particularly the US-China hegemonic competition? I mean, is this trilateral cooperation going to be possible with the existence of this hegemonic competition between US and China becoming a new normal?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, I think the answer depends on whether you want to highlight the differences between countries or the commonalities, and that what binds them. So the answer depends on that. And I think it is no secret that there are differences. There are different interests, and there are different values, even different outlooks on the international order, for example. But I think despite those differences, and I think it was said earlier also during this morning, that countries should embrace the differences and at the same time show respect to one another. And I think, countries can be partners, but they can also be competitors, and they can even be rivals at times. It depends also on the issue. So, and this also goes back to the previous question about this whole new Cold War narrative. I think we should not be sucked into such a mindset. We should acknowledge and embrace the differences, and then work from there and see where we can actually meet on certain specific topics. So it's not black or white. And that is also why this is not a new Cold War, because the old Cold War was very much black and white. Two camps and the world was divided. Today's world, today's international relations are much more complex. We can be partners, sometimes we can be competitors or rivals, and we'll just have to work with that and see where we can cooperate. Thank you.
好，谢谢大使的回答。那么还有
Yes, thank you very much. Any other question from the floor? Yes, the gentleman in white, please go ahead.
Please wait, mic is coming.
大家好，我想尊敬。
Thank you. Hello. I have a question for Ambassador Ning Fukui. I am working in the field of travel cooperation, or specifically tourism cooperation between Korea and China. You have provided some great proposals for TCS and also particularly focusing on youth exchange among the 3 CJK countries. I think that they were great suggestions, and I think that I can also engage in more research and study on those topics that you have presented. The question that I have for you, Ambassador Ning Fukui, is if we want to further expand cultural and tourism and travel tourism among our 3 countries, what can we do as people in the tourism sector to prepare for the future? Yes, that's a very specific question for a particular industry, a very pragmatic and very practical question, I have to say. And I think that you were stumbling upon a very important point, because in this latest summit, when the heads of state were talking about people-to-people exchange, there were clear stipulations that they made and also very clear targets that they have announced. And as someone who is in the field working in the tourism industry, I think that you would be very much interested in this. And you would also want us all to achieve this target early on. And I have to say that I am also rooting for that. I think all 3 countries want us all to achieve that target that has been set out. And what can people in the tourism industry do to try to support this initiative and try to bring about a better future? In cultural exchange or sports exchange, or maybe exchange among and between college students, or tourism. I think that there needs to be a clear focus on each of these sub-genres. And I think that if we think about the cultural norms and habits and perspectives and the thinking of the 50s, 60s, and 70s, our preferences and our tastes, they continue to evolve depending on the context of the times in science and technology. So even as somebody working in the tourism sector, I think that it will all come down to how clearly stated and clearly defined your focus is, and that focus would also allow you to be very much sensitive to the changes in the preferences of the people that you're hoping to target.
Thank
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we are able to entertain one last question. Yes. Since several people have raised their hands, the person on the right, I'm going to give an opportunity for our female participant to ask the question. Good afternoon. I am from an education association. TCS has been held in rotations among the three countries, and it has been hosting a speech contest in which people 18 years old and above can participate in these kinds of speech contests. So do you have any plans to lower the age limit, because we want to encourage the younger students to participate in the speech contests? I speak 3 languages and I am Chinese, but I work in or live in Korea. My children also learn different languages. So I'm hoping that our younger generation, our children, for example, students, can participate in these kinds of events and projects more. So we could maybe open up to the younger generations for the different events. Who are you giving this question to? Maybe the moderator can himself can try to answer this question. It will be most appropriate for the Secretary General to answer this question or this proposal. Should I do it, or should the Secretary General answer? I don't think I'm in a position to give a clear answer to that. I can just give proposals and give my wishful thinking, but with regards to lowering the age limit for the participation in the speech contest, I think that will be important, because it would be important for our younger generation to experience a wider world and experience the cultures of different countries from a younger age, because I think this kind of exchanges allows more cultural experiences, also learning not just the languages but also the culture of the partner countries. So I do fully agree with the proposal given by the audience. Maybe the Secretary General or anyone from the TCS Secretary can give an answer to that. But again, we should give more opportunities for the younger generation to participate. That will be a very good proposal. Thank you very much for that idea. And we have only 1 minute remaining in our session, so we will have to close. Through our discussion in this session, there were some important implications that we were able to derive. Our speakers, our discussant, and our audience all talk about one commonality, which is institutionalization. So we need to ensure that trilateral cooperation should be institutionalized. And secondly, we need to have independent identities developed for our region. And there was also a question about the new Cold War. But regardless of what happens in the international community, we have to have a clear idea that we are a sovereign region. We have our own interests that we need to pursue together through trilateral cooperation. But of course, there may be some differences and difference in perspectives. However, we need to be willing to be inclusive of that, to accept that. We need to respect the different cultures also. But at the same time, we need to have a practical approach. So we need to have regular trilateral summits, for example, to ensure that there is continuous development in our relationships. And of course, for continuous development, we need to deal with the more sensitive political agenda as well. So there were 6 priority areas mentioned during the summit, for example, tourism and youth exchanges and others. So I'm sure all of you would agree that these are all important areas that needs continuous development. Once again, thank you very much to our speakers and discussant and our audience.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, and all the panelists for bringing us an excellent session with in-depth presentations and discussions. This concludes the first session. Distinguished guests, participants, welcome back to the International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation 2024. We will now begin Session 2, Digital Nexus, in search of solution for descending mutual perception in trilateral cooperation. In the era of digital transition, China, Japan, and Korea have benefited from new digital technologies, especially in facilitating communication among people. However, we are still facing challenges of descending mutual perceptions in areas like social media, where large amounts of negative information are increasing. Therefore, this session will examine the pros and cons of digital transition and discuss how social media can reshape mutual perception in a positive aspect. Same as session 1, online guests may also submit questions to the speakers through the chat Q&A function. Now I would like to invite Ms. Sun Jie, Ambassador for Cultural Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the Republic of Korea, as the moderator of session 2. Ms. Sun, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation and congratulate them on the 25th anniversary of the Trilateral Cooperation. I think as many people have said before lunch, the Trilateral Cooperation has had its ups and downs, and hopefully someone was asking during lunch where I thought it was going. I think it's going up. We are hopefully heading towards a more positive area. And I think that is very crucial, not just for the, of course, for the established generation, but I think it is a very crucial direction that we need to make sure that the three countries are headed for a younger generation. And I hope that's where we are able to focus this afternoon after lunch. And I see so many young people in the audience, which I think is a wonderful, a very positive sign. And hopefully we'll be able to talk about the issues that the younger generation who is living in this era of digitalization have, and the crucial role they have in fostering a better relationship between the three countries. Now, I'm very pleased to have three excellent panel members, as well as our guests from the international organization, to really look at this area, and I will introduce them one by one as they prepare their remarks. But first, I would like to turn over the floor to Ms. Che-eun-mi, Dr. Che-eun-mi, sorry about that. Dr. Che-eun-mi, who's a research fellow at the Asan Institute of Policy Studies. She's well known to this group, I think, but I think we'll invite Dr. Che onto the podium. Dr. Che? And a good round of applause. It helps digest lunch.
네, 한국어로 하겠습니다. 네.
So I would like to speak in Korean. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I study Korea-Japan relations at the Asan Institute for Policy Studies. My name is Choi Eun-mi. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this very meaningful forum. I've been to multiple conferences, but I don't think I had the opportunity to participate in such a diverse panel. This is going to be an interesting discussion, so I look forward to what is about to come. And I do think that there are many students here in the audience as well. Because I work at a policy institute, I work on policy recommendations, but I also teach at a university. Maybe hopefully one day some of my students will graduate in the future and go to work and maybe be a member of the audience. In fact, there are, I think, some of my students who are here or watching us, so I am very much looking forward to this session, which is titled Digital Nexus, and the keyword being mutual perception. With this keyword, I tried to think of the best presentation that I could give, and I wanted to talk about how, because we're living in the digital era, we have so much convenience, so much information, so much efficiency all around us. But really, how are we digesting this information? This is the question that I wanted to ask, and I would like to launch into my PowerPoint presentation to go into more detail. I think I can provide some more detailed case studies later on, but my key points are as follows here. I want to touch upon the acceleration of digital transformation and how our lives have changed here, and how other countries perceive us in this digital era, and what we can do to try to build mutual perception, especially using digital technology in this new world. And for this, I turn to the expression digital literacy. I'm sure that many of you might not have heard about the word digital literacy, but it is an expression that brings together digital and literacy. There is a translation of this word into the Korean. It is also often referred to as media literacy, but I do want to touch upon digital literacy as a key word on how we can understand each other better, specifically on how we can improve digital literacy going forward. For the first part of my talk, I want to discuss how digital transformation is accelerating. I know there's much talk about this concept, so I don't think that I need to go into detail here. You have laptops in front of you, you have smartphones, and through those devices, you have access to a lot of information. And we are now living in that era. I don't think anyone here would disagree with that. I'm usually the youngest person in these panel discussions, but I think there is somebody here who is younger than I am, and I am very happy about that. When I was in high school, back in my day, so to speak, there was only one kid in my class who had a cell phone. And that cell phone is not something that you can hold with one hand. It was like a brick. And this kid, he really was the symbol of wealth and status. Oh my gosh, he had a cell phone. He was the only one who had it. But because he was the only one who had it, he didn't have anyone to call. But nowadays, everyone has a phone. We can all engage with one another on social media, or in the case of Korea, Kakao Talk, or in the case of Japan, Line Messenger. However, back in my day, when I was in high school, we didn't have phones. Now we all do. Even the youngest kids have their own phones. Because of this diffusion of digital technology, what we're seeing is that we have access to so much information, but this also comes at a cost. This is not something that is well known or well appreciated. First of all, whether you have or have not these devices is leading to a sort of wealth gap. I told you earlier about this one kid in high school when I was in high school who had a phone. So there was only that one kid, and he was the symbol of wealth. And in the past, in one class, there were maybe about 40 kids in one classroom. So it was a big class. He was the symbol of wealth, as I mentioned before. But those people who have devices and those people who don't have devices, there is a growing gap between those two. But now what we're seeing is that most people in fact, have these digital devices, but on how they use the devices, there is a big gap. My younger sibling, I think, is similar to your age. I would have to say the sibling is of the MZ generation. And she tells me that, listen, the iPhone is not something that you just use to make calls and text people. You can use iPhone to do so many other things. You can use it to measure length. You can do various other things. So depending on how you make use of your phone, you can really come up with many different multiple uses and functions on how you can access information. There's also this information asymmetry, because for some people, maybe they are well familiar with AI, or we're going to hear about this in the future, but we can hear more about these different influences. They can access so much information, but then there are so many people who don't have that kind of access, which means that there is this information asymmetry. And there's also a difference in the kind of information we get. Is there accurate information versus inaccurate information that we get? This also leads to the issue of trust. Soon I'm going to come up with several examples to illustrate my points, but there is what we call peer group, group of your own peers. And there is this issue of a herd mentality, or a sort of conformity with the peer groups. And I would like to talk about this from the point of view of accuracy. Now, how does this impact us in our relationships and our connections with others? Here in this own room, there are people from Korea, from China, from Japan. Sometimes I ask my students, there's Korea, there's Japan. How do Koreans think of Japan? What do the Japanese people think of Koreans? Let's figure that out. Let's find out. And let's say I'm living here in Korea, but let's say I am a Chinese national. How do I think Korean people perceive of me? So we try to do a study on that, and the responses were quite shocking. Or maybe if I put it in a positive light, they were not deniable. So I think I did talk about this in another forum. This one Japanese student came up to me and said, I think that Koreans really don't like Japan. And Chinese students have come up to me and said, I think that Koreans have a lot of misunderstanding about China. Now, these are Chinese and Japanese students living in Korea who had that kind of perception. There were some of these that I thought were maybe not accurate, but some maybe were. But what I thought was unfortunate is that these are kids who are living in Korea. So they came here. They're very much interested in Korea, which is why they came here to live and study. But the perception of Korean people towards them was not entirely positive. And I think that Koreans are somewhat to blame for that. This would also be similar if you were to ask any foreigners living in China or in Japan. But then, digital technology is yet another aspect that impacts this. Through social media, we get access to a lot of information. And I think that when we access information, there is this element of peer group conformity. And this is what happens when, let's say, all the peers around me seem to hate Japan. Then it will be very hard for me to step up and say, no, I like Japan. Similarly, if everybody seems to not like China, it's very hard to say, no, but I like China. And I think we're seeing something similar play out in social media. For example, in 2019, there was a huge anti-Japan protest in Japan. And in fact, even those people who traveled to Japan did not tell anyone about it. People did not shop at Uniqlo. They were scared that people would take photographs of them in Uniqlo. So instead, people would shop online from Uniqlo. So what this tells us is that people are conscious of what their behavior would look like to other people and how others would perceive them, and that in fact shapes our perception. And if they feel that socially it is not acceptable to like Japan, or right now it is very acceptable that it's okay to like Japan, then they would follow the crowd, that herd mentality. This is a situation that we have to really delve very closely into, and that is why I came up and I thought that we could discuss digital literacy in this talk. So we need to really be very accurate and try to be rational in our thinking and our understanding. I think I'm running out of time. I don't think I did the best time management here, but there is other issues about Line and Yahoo. Perhaps maybe this is something I can discuss later during the Q&A. But in any case, when we talk about digital literacy, this is not an important concept to know, but this is basically the ability to criticize what is right and what is wrong. So instead of just blindly accepting what you see, you're being critical and critiquing between what is right and what is wrong. And particularly, let's say in Korea, the way that we perceive China, or the way Koreans perceive Japan, or vice versa. I think this would be relevant. Now, that is what I wanted to discuss in this very short talk, which is that in this flood of information that is out there, instead of just blindly accepting what we see and what we read, we have to be able to differentiate what is right and wrong, what is accurate and what is not, and be critical of that. And I would like to follow up in the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Che. I mean, of course, we can wait for the Q&A, but I thought I'd just follow up and ask you. All this kind of, the importance of digital literacy, actually, it has to be felt through what actually happens. Let's take the example of the line controversy. How does this kind of perceptions, different perceptions from different countries, Korea and Japan in particular in this instance, how did it impact this, this incident?
네, 라인 선생님 우리 대사님께서 영어로 해주셔서 저도
내가
영어로 해야
왜냐면
될까요?
I'm going to just totally speak in English because that will be the same for all of my guests. But you are totally welcome to answer back in Korean. I will understand.
Thank you. 한국.
All right, in that case, I'm going to proceed in Korean. So that line, Yahoo incident was a big incident here in Korea from about end of April to about the middle of May. And what I felt at the time, in the course of my conversations with Japanese people, I felt that there was a slight change in nuance and a slight difference in tone because this issue became very hot in Japan after May. So I thought, why aren't these people more knowledgeable about this issue? Why aren't they as angry? Many people might know, many people might not. So basically, Naver created this social media service called Line, and there was a privacy breach. Line is especially popular in Japan. And because of that, the Japanese government issued an administrative guidance on this, and in that they mentioned the capital structure of the company. In Korea, this meant that Naver, because it is the service operator of Line, it seemed to feel as if Japan was asking them to sell their equity stake in Line. Of course, that is not what the Japanese government intended, but that was what the Korean people understood. So there was this sort of idea that because this Line service of an internationally recognized company that was strong for about 13 years, and now Japan is trying to steal this service. Maybe not steal. Steal is a very strong word. Maybe not steal, but take this service that was really grown here in Korea and developed here in Korea. Why did this controversy occur in the first place? I personally think that because Naver is the party here at stake, they're a company. It is really up to them to answer for this. Naver did not actually say anything about this controversy at all, but the Korean people looked at this and said, this is something we need to protect. The Korean government needs to protect the service and we need to protect Naver. And they rallied around Naver. My curiosity is what really is at the heart of this, because some of the expressions that were tossed around is that we need to protect Naver and Japan is trying to steal this. Japan is trying to take this away from us. Back in 2019, there was anti-Korean exports, anti-exports, and export restrictions against Korea by Japan. So at the time, some of the Koreans were saying that, okay, although I could not be one of the independence fighters back then, I'm going to resist Japan now. So there was this widespread anti-Japanese sentiment. Even before the actual party at stake could issue a statement or say anything, the public would try to create this kind of atmosphere and this mood. So it became very difficult for people who did not agree with them to voice their opinion. And this was because although we may be critical of information and we may be objective, it could still be very difficult to make your voice heard. So we have to think about this kind of situation.
Follow up, but that I'll do in the Q&A about why this instance ended in a different way than what happened in the past. But one of the things that influences all this are the influencers. And this is what we are going to be hearing this time from Mr. Yamashita Tomohiro, the Chief Contents Officer of Nulu Nulu Incorporated. Now, Mr. Yamashita is he will be talking in Japanese. He's obviously Japanese, but he operates in China. and he has over 6 million followers. So I'd like to hear from Mr. Yamashita about how he views the world of digital.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 제 이름
Good afternoon. I am Yamashita Tomohiro.
중국말을 할 수 있어.
I can speak Chinese, but just very little Korean. But today I will be presenting in Japanese. I hope that was well understood. Thank you. So I will now begin to speak in Japanese. So the topic of my presentation is mutual understanding among Korea, China, and Japan. And because we are seeing decline in the mutual perception, I'd like to talk about the ways to address that and whether indeed there is a descending mutual perception. Going straight away to my conclusion, I'd like to begin with the role that the adults, the older generation should be playing. We should, first of all, make places, and we should commend the younger generation and support them. So now let me explain what each role specifies. So on this important topic, honestly, I don't think we should be very pessimistic. Of course, it's my personal view, but again, let me begin with this basic question. Who are you? So very briefly, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Tomohiro Yamashita, and I have a lot of followers on social media in Japan, with celebrities in Japan and on television programs or broadcasting programs. I assist with Japanese contents moving into the Chinese market. So I'm introducing myself to you because I have this conviction that the CJK contents industry, the trilateral contents industry, can present us with important clues to solve this current situation we are in right now. So you will see on the screen the IP characters and games, as well as the dramas and contents that are being produced in the three countries. And what do you think the younger generation is thinking as they look at these contents from the three countries? I think there is a great attractiveness that contents can present because it allows the peoples of the three countries to really enjoy each other's culture and also engage in interaction of the mind and the heart. So today, using your smartphones, you are able to do quote palm travel, so travel within your hands, and you can travel to all different countries. And of course, this cross-border this contents can present us with a very positive side effect. And what do I mean by side effect? These influencers who create these contents, they do not talk about political issues. And naturally, this leads to their fans to also not talk about political issues. So for the contents industry or the contents world, politicization is a whole different story. It doesn't exist. So for the fans and for the influencers, how are we going to ensure that good contents are created and this is shared well? I mean, that is most important for them. I'm sure you all have spouses, people that you love. And when you love someone, you want to make them happy, right? So you always think about ways of making the other person more happy. And so I think that is the kind of power that we should be utilizing in our trilateral relationship as well. And of course, the power of the media and the big media companies, I think their influence, their power is declining. I am working as an influencer, and so what is the power of the influencer that we can use in international relations? Let's think about that for a moment. So the influence of the influencers, they have the ability to provide information to the fans who are very close to these influencers. And this kind of sharing of information, of sharing of contents, naturally leads to very positive sentiments being developed by the fans of the influencer. So this is the kind of power that the influence can exercise. But of course, we cannot use this at our whim. The influence or the power of the influencers is a capital, a form of capital in the modern world. And to be able to use this capital, the older generations and the international organizations should be providing something to the influencers in return. And if you're not willing to present something to the influencers to understand, if you don't try to understand what influencers want, you won't be able to utilize the power that they have. So what do the influencers want? They want to get specialty and titles because they want to be differentiated from others, because that directly leads to more power that the influencers can exercise. And so what they want is more views through very specific and unique contents or themes that they can create. So if we can provide this need of the influencers, then we can have exchange of capital, and this will lead to positive synergy. And so what I would like to propose is the scheme called Influencers Bank. So the influencers working in our 3 countries, we could do an online open call to them, and to invite the influencers to participate in this bank scheme. And they can come together to engage in exchanges. And so the fans will see that the influencers that they are a fan of, they are interacting with influencers from other countries, and that is going to have great ripple effect, positive ripple effect across not just the influencers themselves, but across the entire fandom. And so we could give recognition and also acknowledge the achievements of the influencers. Influencers are really hungry for recognition from other people. So the international organizations, the governments, the fact that they would be willing to provide this acknowledgement to the influencers is going to be a great motivation for the influencers to participate in these kinds of programs. And last year, TCS had hosted this forum also, and I had given this presentation. And in late April of this year, and this was an event that was held in Sachon in China, many influencers were invited to have a joint study, have an interaction and exchange session. So this has led to the demise of a lot of the walls that had previously existed among the influencers of the 3 countries. And this had very positive results, and I think this is an important first step towards strengthening trilateral cooperation. So once again, I'd like to remind you of the role that the older generation should be playing. It would be important for them to provide places to the younger generation to meet each other, and to also commend and acknowledge the influence that they have. But of course, you shouldn't be trying to control how the interaction works. And we still have that sentiment that if you have an excessively positive attitude towards other countries, that you can be considered as a traitor. And so I think we need to, of course, tread a fine line, but continue to try to acknowledge these efforts and also continue to support the work. So what we can do is, of course, play this role well, and then ensure that the TCS also and other international organizations will participate in strengthening the brand power of these influencers, the younger generations, and that is going to lead to higher participation rates, and this is going to lead to higher satisfaction rate for the participating influencers. Previously, we usually utilize the media to relay information, but their role, their share in the entire market is decreasing. And so we now have to look to the use of the influencers and the younger generation because they also can play an important role of being a medium of information and data flow. So I think this is going to lead to new changes and new trends in the future. And it's not just for the influencers, but in May and or in summer and autumn of this year, we're going to have a Sapporo and Hokkaido event called No Maps 2024. And so these two cities have been designated as financial special zones in Japan, and there's going to be a participation from a lot of investors coming from China. There will be presentations given from different countries, and there's going to be global business sessions held at this event as well. And I am also an organizer of this event. And I have been doing a lot of content creation work to date, and we really look forward to a lot of participation from this audience to these upcoming events that we are hosting. And I'm honestly almost 40, so I can't say that I'm part of the youngest generation. But anyhow, the young generation, the next generation, they will be leading the trilateral cooperation in the future. And so we have to invest in them. A lot of support, a lot of acknowledgement and recognition should be given to the next generations, which will lead to a brighter future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yamashita. It's great to hear that you say you're almost 40, so you're too old. So I'm glad to hear that you are of my generation now. I think we learned a lot about influencers and about what you think should be done in terms of supporting good influencers. But I'm also wondering, the concern about the older generation, and the reason that we talk about controls is about the negative influencers, about people who are spreading negative or disinformation. From your perspective, how do we view them? What should be done to turn negative into a positive perspective?
日本人が、国際結婚する相手のランキングというのがありまして。
So Japanese people or Japanese men often marry with Chinese women, and Japanese men, or let me backtrack. So Japanese men marry, when they have international marriages, most of the time they marry Chinese women. And for the Japanese women, most of them marry Korean men. So I think in a marriage, nationality is much less important because this is a personal relationship that we're talking about. So you can say that it's similar for influencers as well. When the influencers come together, spend a lot of time together, they develop affection for each other, and they will be more than willing to share positive information with their fan. It's very simple logic.
Taking that to mean that we should look at people and not at just nationalities. So I think that's a positive spin. But one of the reasons that all of the digital area is important and so crucial for the next generation is that it also influences technology area, which is a big aspect of all three of our countries, and especially in the era where we are in the process of putting together regulations and rules for AI, it becomes even more crucial. To talk about this aspect of the digital nexus, we have Dr. Wang Chu-Wian, the president of Beijing Academy of Artificial Intelligence. Dr. Wang, would you like to join us and tell us what is going on in the area of AI?
感谢主持人。各位嘉
Thank you very much for that introduction, moderator. Distinguished guests, it is a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Wang Chuyan. I'm a director of AI at the Beijing Academy of Artificial Intelligence. Today, I wanted to talk about the impact of AI developments on the cultures of the CJK countries. That is why I chose this topic, to delve into AI and its impact on us all. China is also going through a digital transformation era. 5G internet technology is being provided to our people at large. China is reaping the benefits of these digital technologies. Through e-commerce, maybe they can place an order in the morning and receive the shipment in the afternoon. And they can get their food delivered within 30 minutes using a food delivery app. So, this digital technology really brought about a lot of developments and growth for our society. We've seen this growth in the form of AI. Now, we're moving from the era of digital transformation to AI transformation. If we look at these different platforms like TikTok and etc., they are fundamentally reshaping our lives. These make use of AI-based recommendation service. These algorithms that look at user preferences and our likes and dislikes and providing accurate recommendations of the different products that the users would like. In the past, they just looked at the number of users and maybe the situation that they are in, but the AI is becoming more detailed. Over the past year, AI technology has become even more developed, specifically with the rise of large language models, LLMs. With LLMs, this is rapidly changing our lives and also changing the history of AI developments in the society and history and the economy. Last month, OpenAI's ChatGPT-5 was launched as a service. These AI technologies can also, I think, support the exchanges among the CJK countries. AI is also helping us in safeguarding cultural heritage. DeepMind is using these LLMs to also try to decipher damaged ancient texts. So, for example, they're looking at ancient Greek texts to decipher these texts into the modern language. With these AI developments, we're seeing this move to preserve and even reconstruct and regenerate almost these ancient artifacts that we thought were long lost. And with these immersive experiences, users can also experience ancient history, ancient culture, and ancient arts. And I think that the CJK countries can engage in these digital technologies to further and facilitate their cultural exchange. This rise of generative AI is bringing about fundamental changes in culture and the arts. As you know, users can now just prompt AI art with one sentence, and with that, they can get the kind of artwork or collage that they want or an illustration that they want. In fact, you can access many of these different kinds of artworks. OpenAI has announced the development of solar, and in China next month, new technologies are going to be launched that's text-based but will give rise to creative, these artistic formats. Images will be continued to be created based off of these text prompts, and these will also bring about new change in exchange in culture and the arts. And also in education, we're seeing many changes brought about by AI. There are AI technology-based online learning platforms, for example. These many different learning resources available, which can be used by people living in marginalized areas, maybe in the rural regions where they do not have access to some of these infrastructure. students can still continue to make use of these platforms to enhance their learning outcomes and their learning educational feedback. This is also a way for AI to support this, and it will create new kinds of education and learning. For the CJK countries as well, they can cooperate using AI in various fields related to education. But the rise of AI is not 100% positive. There are obviously some downsides, and I would like to point out two in particular. The first is that there is this globalization of social media platforms. And through this, when the users access information, they continue to see and read what they want, even though what they read might not actually be truthful and accurate. This means that the people of the CJK countries could potentially go down a rabbit hole of misunderstanding. And with in-depth AI, there is fake information or falsified images. These are also some of the downsides of AI. But there might be some people who access these wrong misrepresentations and think that they are real and they are accurate and come off and walk away with the wrong perception. This could lead to prejudice and more bias. So we have to work to decrease this prejudice and bias and try to solve these problems and challenges that may arise among the three countries. There are many things that we have to do in terms of policy and technology. Through AI technology, we can analyze the accuracy of the data that is open and available. We have to be very prudent in differentiating the inaccurate information from the accurate information to minimize prejudice and bias, and try to also minimize misunderstandings that can arise out of wrong information. This is something that warrants a common response from our three countries. We are three countries that are very close in proximity to one another. We are neighbors, and in terms of AI development, I think that our three countries all have an important responsibility. We should work together to try to ensure that AI technology can lead to social development, decrease misunderstandings, and increase our sense of unity and also familiarity with one another, and facilitates more cultural exchange. Other than technology and policy, I think that more people can continue to use digital technologies in an effective way, and when they do so, I think that that could lead to a very robust foundation for a stronger cooperation among the three countries. In the field of science and technology, particularly in AI, I hope that we can have a trilateral scientific cooperation mechanism, a kind of platform for scientific cooperation, so that within the platform we can discuss ways and further research in science and technology and culture and the arts. Our science and technology talents hopefully can engage in a more exchange for the future. When young people engage in joint research, I think that their friendship will blossom. So this is a way for us to lay the foundation, a robust foundation for future cooperation through our youth, which we have not seen for many decades. And the youth is very important on that. In 2018, we established an AI institute in China, and next June, we're also going to host an AI competition. And experts from about 30 different countries will come, about 1,200 scientists, engineers, CEOs, technology experts, the CEO of Turing, the CEO of OpenAI, they will come. They have, in fact, many of them participated in these AI competitions, and through this platform, we are exchanging with many of them, which is why I also hope that we can have more science and technology exchange among the CJK countries, particularly that this is a platform that is well suited to the youth. Through this platform, I hope that we can substantially raise our contribution. Thank you.
Point out a very important aspect of the collaboration between the three countries, especially in the young generation, in the area of AI. Can you introduce us to maybe an example of where this kind of collaboration is working to further AI?
好，谢谢主持人我去年年底的时候，我其实正好去了
I believe it was towards the end of last year when I had the opportunity to visit Hokkaido in Japan. And because I do not speak Japanese very well, I think I resorted to speaking a little bit of English and also using hand gestures. And of course, when I travel, I try to really use English a lot. I mean, I have no other recourse. But with the rise of AI technology, there was a big change, which is these translation models. I think that in the future, with AI translation devices, perhaps we can have real-time interpretation across our three CJK countries, and with real-time interpretation possible through these devices, that could lead to more facilitation of person-to-person exchange instead of just looking at the view and enjoying the food.
Relationship between people is going to be possible. I already see many people, young people, especially when they go travel to Japan or China, using their smartphones and these translation apps. So I think it's a very positive step. Now, finally, we'll have a discussant, and we'll have a sort of an outside the trilateral viewpoint to help us in our discussion to understand the importance of the digital nexus. We have Dr. Ganbold Bajanjov, who is the head of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. We know it as UNSCAP and Northeast Asia Office. Dr. Bajanjov? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Son, and thank you for the kind introduction, and also thank all our panel members for the interesting points raised. Through a few slides, I will take you through some general perspectives from the UN and UNSCAP's point of view on digital transformation relevant to East Asia, and China, Japan, Korea in particular, because we share a lot of alignments on our priorities. Digital transformation, of course, is very essential in the UN as a whole and in UNSCAP, because to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and the impact across the societies and economies, the speed is incredibly fast. So basically, this is an overload of information. Which makes the quality information most important, and also increasingly there's a misinformation getting much more easier, whether it's intentional or not, through media outlets, whether it's traditional or social, and influencers and chatbot AI systems. So globally, we see a large increase in the use of digital mediums, not only for information access, but also for entertainment. This, however, varies by country, not only in the applications utilized, but also time spent on various activities. In East Asia, just briefly, what really matters is the different age groups approach the use of such digital mediums matters most compared to other regions. So it's an accelerating trend of aging societies, which we in ESCAP take it very seriously, and we closely collaborate with TCS at the moment, so developing a joint program activities. This in East Asia, so we need to design products and services addressing the needs from this our segment of our societies. So in terms of traditional media and social media dynamics, the problem of improving mutual perceptions in the digital age depends on which target groups in media formats are planned to be used. Narrative control in traditional media tends to become less effective with proliferation of online spaces that are curated by search algorithms, creating echo chambers of thought amongst cluster of people. Despite the many improvements made by technology, the technology remains a tool to obtain information and can only augment human communication. So as a highlight from my personal experience as a career diplomat, the communication, building trust and compromises are key towards coexistence, if not building harmonious relationship. Speaking a common language and learning of local customs also help individuals obtain a greater understanding of thought processes and cultural norms, which are important even in the digital age. To build trust and facilitate ease of movement between countries, common interoperable frameworks can also serve as the foundation basis for building greater interlinkages in people, trade, cultural exchanges, and understanding. In-person exchanges through cross-border exchanges, therefore, a useful modality of augment digital exposure by providing access to other cultures, ways of thinking, norms, and help individuals call into question their own biases and rooted perspectives. Such exchanges can also function in the areas of research, trade, and commerce, and even transport, and even the health sectors. Because during the COVID, so it became very evident, so really countries needed common shared digital platforms with information on for their cross-border travels. Like, of course, the health certificates, or so, and then the travel history. So the CJK, for example, really, they were first respondents to the COVID. So really needed this type of shared platforms through the digital information sharing. In UN, in June 2020, UN adopted the UN Global Digital Cooperation Roadmap. And it covers 8 pillars, and East Asia, our sub-region, is well advanced in certain pillars, and we are still lack in many areas. So we have made a good progress in such pillars such as connectivity, public goods, and security. But more can still be done collaboratively, such as the digital security, while also improving mutual perceptions as per the theme of this our dialogue now. And the key focus areas are on collaboration in common architectures. For example, joint work on artificial intelligence, combating disinformation, and creating safe online networks for all, ensuring access to accurate information, and also combats digital crime. Building upon the UN Global Digital Cooperation Roadmap, so my organization, UNESCO, has several key declarations adopted at its 80th session last April, where member states have committed to address some of the issues we are just now discussing, promoting dialogue, closing digital inequalities and human capability gaps, as well as scalable frameworks and solutions could be some examples. So to that end, there are many areas we can start close collaboration within the sub-region of East Asia and beyond. Especially, I would like to emphasize the role and the potential of the cities and local communities in addressing the issues like disaster risk reduction, early warning, especially during this area of climatic crises. These can be tackled on a broader sub-regional level, not only among China, Japan, Korea together, but also with neighboring countries such as Mongolia. So the focus on key sustainable development goals can be a framework to which bilateral and multilateral ties can be built upon all groups and levels in society to improve mutual perceptions. So lastly, the cities and local communities can actively participate in the process of improving mutual perceptions through use of twinning programs and augment multilateral frameworks through direct economic and information linkages in the region. So we also work very closely on that front with the TCS. So we developed this very strong platform and programs addressing the city-led cooperation, combating air pollution, specifically addressing this area of achieving the carbon neutrality, for example. These can serve as a test beds for the scaling up of a common digital infrastructure and frameworks as lessons learned from the cities, local communities could scaled up to national or subnational levels and beyond. So I'll stop here, so we're happy to respond any questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you've really given us a good overview of what is at stake. Now, but as you heard the discussion so far in terms of all these efforts in trying to improve cooperation, especially in the digital area within 3 countries, how does that impact the overall, your activities beyond just the 3 countries in terms of the Asia Pacific or even beyond?
So this, for example, the digital transformation itself is a very powerful tool to connect people. They now, especially the young generation, so younger generations, they are the future. So, and they better connected through the digital mediums, and they are less affected by these negative the perceptions. So this would really move forward on overall the improvement of perceptions among countries, and that would help easier for them to connect, and also even this day travel become more comfortable, easier. So the young people, so they need less comfort. So and then they could plan their logistics and. So then the travel through thanks to this digital transformation, make their lives much more easy to improve the understanding toward each other. So that I think that will help help this overall, all society will benefit.
I think I totally agree, especially as you talked about in terms of the travel, helped by AI, language apps that we talked about, and then information they get from other influencers as well. So there's a lot of opportunities for connection between a lot of young generations. I think we have actually talked quite a lot on the floor without your participation. So I think it's time to maybe open the floor so that if you have a question, there's also, hold on. There's also opportunities to ask questions online, but I think offline we can do a little bit of a question and Q&A session if you like. If you could raise your hand and a mic will be handed to you. Please identify yourself and if possible, ask one question at a time.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 열버긴 이마다라고 합니다.
Hello. My question is for Dr. Cheon-mi.
디지털
You talked about digital literacy for the youth. So these days, on social media, I think that because the youth use social media so much, that their widespread use. So I am 21 years old, so right between being an adult and being a teenager, but I think that maybe teachers and adults, so their professors, however, they could also play a role in facilitating digital literacy for the youth. So what is the role that adults and grown-ups can play?
Please. Oh, and please, if any other speakers would like to help out in the answer, you're more than free to do so. But I think this one is specifically for you, Dr. Che.
네, 질문 감사합니다. 방금
Thank you very much for that. I think that the Japanese students spoke so proficient Korean. Thank you very much for that. I think that was an important question that you posed. I did not have enough chance to speak at length about the later parts of my presentation, but it's really about the role that the youth have to play, but also what the adults have to do. In Korea-Japan relations research, sometimes I talk about this. Children don't try to learn, and the adults don't try to teach. So this is something that I often say, especially when I talk about that sensitive challenges between Korea and Japan. And the same is true for digital literacy. The youth, the teenagers, they access so much information, but it's difficult for the youth to understand which is right and which is not. I don't think that their level of capacity is quite there yet. So when they access information, they have that mistaken idea that all information is accurate and truthful. So it's important for the youth to understand that that is not always the case. And the adults have to help children learn how to think, learn how to be critical. And parents can definitely play a role, but also professors and teachers at the school can also provide a role. So they can show children different ways to look at the same problem or the same issue. You know, if I were to narrow this down to Korea-Japan relations, this today could be a very thought-provoking, fun session. But I think that this could also be a difficult session precisely because we're talking about perception. Now, I am in my 40s, so people like myself and older people have this stagnated way of thinking. So our thinking is fixed, pretty much. The reason we are hopeful for the future, maybe this is not the best way to put it, but their brains are soft. For the young people, their brains are malleable. You have that ability to think, and you're more open-minded. Your thinking is not fixed. This means that the youth need to be supported to be able to think freely and explore and be critical. And this is the same when it comes to Korea-Japan relations or other relations or bilateral relations. Maybe in Korea, you can look at Chinese behavior, Japanese behavior and say, why is that? I don't understand why that is. But we want to delve deeper and try to explain why China is behaving in that way or why Japan is behaving in that way. The adults can show that or teach that to the youth. If you meet with people in their teens or in their 20s, they're not so close-minded in their thinking. They have the ability to think and explore and try to get to the answer on their own. So again, I think that the adults should work on building these youth, their critical thinking skills.
Mr. Yamashita, from the world of influencers, what do you think about that question? Is there a role for the youth and a role for an older generation?
そうですね。いや、僕この話題に関しては王先生にもすごく聞いてみたいなと思っています。
Well, on this topic, in fact, I want to ask this to Dr. Wang Shengwian. So, when you raise children, oftentimes parents use the contents to make the children calm down, be quiet. So, AI, however, does have some risks. There might be some side effects, but along with the positive effects as well. So the youth or the teenagers and AI and children and AI, how can we ensure that they can exist in harmony? So this is a question that I want to ask Dr. Wang.
Sir, please.
对，我觉得在数字世界在这种互联网的世界
Yes, we are living in a digital era, in the internet era, and it is true that there are many different voices and different opinions, and I think that's only natural that there is a diversity in the opinions that are out there, whether it's inaccurate media or wrong misrepresentations. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. So first of all, I think we have to be calm about that. Of course, there would be inaccurate information in that miss, but for the youth, they will still get access to a lot of different kinds of information. Last year when I went to Hokkaido, as I mentioned before, I had the opportunity to visit Hokkaido University, and I bought a gift there, a souvenir to bring back home to my child. And Hokkaido, I brought these souvenirs that are local from Hokkaido. And I do the same thing when I travel to Korea. I try to buy something that is locally sourced, something that is local from that region to try to bring back to my child, and that will help them open up and see these different cultures of different countries. I think that our children are all very smart. They have the ability to think for themselves and think critically. So, and in perceiving other countries, I think that they have that basis. So the adults should really have to guide that well.
Thank you. I think we have also all reached a conclusion that the young generation are perfectly capable of getting into the right frame of mind. It actually may be the older generation that is an issue, and I think for that we turn to you, Dr. Bajan Shaf. I mean, I teach a group of graduate students, and they tell me that we talk about fake news and disinformation, and they tell me they can see disinformation and fake news, but their grandmothers, their grandparents can't distinguish fake news from real news, and so they are the older generation are the problem. Do you see a generational issue in this the mutual understanding and how to realize the benefits of the digital world?
Yeah, absolutely. There is a generational gap. So that's something we need to address collectively, all levels, government, institutions, and even the local communities. So that's why we developed quite a good curriculum, technology-assisted the program for older persons. So this is the digital literacy for older persons. So it's certainly a tremendous pressure on them, but there's no choice for them to continue to learn and be relatively on the same page with the younger generation, and also engage in a lot of the communication with the younger generation and debate with the younger generation. So that's the only way we could move forward.
And now maybe another question from the floor. Yes, I think we have a couple of questions in the back. Yes?
Thank you. 여러분 안녕하세요. 저는 성균관대학교.
Hello. I study political science at Sungkyunkwan University. My name is Chung Paek-sun. I have a question to Dr. Wang Zongyuan, so I'm going to speak in Chinese.
王仲远先生，我想
So Dr. Wang, you talked about AI as the possible facilitator of CJK trilateral relations. But for progress of AI, we need trust. However, AI algorithms are based on data that possibly could be biased. And if that is the case, wouldn't that just help to facilitate more bias in our society? Because you talked about before about the aspect of cultural diffusion and fake news and fake information and etc. So AI is collecting a lot of personal information as well. And if it does not process this correctly, then that could also be an impact on privacy. And I think many people here would agree. AI could maybe diffuse only specific bits of cultural content, and in so doing skew people's biases or skew their thinking. So there could be some efforts to control AI to a certain extent. So do you think that we should slow down the development of AI because the current laws and institutions are not helpful, and they're not seeing a lot of public participation, they're not very transparent, so perhaps maybe we need to balance this current breakneck speed of AI development in our current situation? We're now in the situation of fourth industrial revolution, and are there really more benefits, more pros and cons? Are we putting in the right supervisory controls in place? Because we're here discussing CJK cooperation, but many youth, especially when we talk about generative AI, we're engaging in exchange that is based on Gen AI. So in accepting and recepting other countries, can we believe AI? Yes. That's really excellent Chinese. Thank you very much for that response. With the development of AI, there have been many negative repercussions from that. And I don't think I have time enough to summarize those impacts here, but I think that this is an important case. And this is not something that is just a problem for the three countries, the CJK countries. This is a problem for the world. So that is why we all have to cooperate together, not just our three countries, but with broader countries to solve this issue of digital technology. Now, the issue of digital bias, of course, we all must recognize the fact that it exists. And much of the important parts of these LLMs is that they are built based on learning the values and decisions and the thinking processes of the people. And it's important for these machines to learn the universal values of humans. To be honest, I don't think that we are ready yet. Technology is developing very rapidly, but even at our institute in March, we had an international forum on AI and security dialogue to raise awareness about AI security, try to establish a red line of sorts to decrease the risks that AI could bring, because AI is developing at such a fast speed, and it's so fast that with AGI, so general purpose AGI, within 2 or 3 years, we'll be able to accomplish so much. I have studied AI for the past 10 years, and I think in about 4 or 5 years, maybe not even 4 years, this general purpose AI will be launched. Of course, I cannot state this with certainty, but this general purpose AI will be launched, and this is going to massively change the way that we do business. And I think that from the positive side, this will bring about progress, but there will also be some difficulties, like two sides of a coin, which is why the international community, especially our three countries, have to cooperate together to try to increase this level of AI safety. If we face this very rapid development of AI, although we are not fully prepared, then we might not be able to respond to this quickly. So we have to be objective, and we should not go into a frenzy over these kinds of developments. And every time there was a scientific or technological breakthrough, we know that there have been some downsides as well. There were revolutions. When electricity was invented, there were some risks, but it changed our industry. It was the same with internet. There were a lot of internet breaches, and there were many issues with risk and safety. But even now, internet has continued to provide many benefits, a lot of growth and development. Every time there was a new breakthrough in science and technology, I think that we have to be a little bit calm and stoic in the face of that, try to understand technology, and also allow technology to thrive within an accepted and controlled scope. And we have to allow for international governance to embrace it within an acceptable realm. And this is something that we are all facing together, so we have to think about this together. So simply put, electricity also have pros and cons. The internet also have pros and cons. But in the course of human history, these technologies could not be stopped. These are secular trends, so we have to expand the benefits and the pros.
You talk about a very important aspect, so I just wanted to quickly follow up. You talk about the regulations that are coming up very fast, and that Korea, Japan, and China must work together. Already in the EU, there are AI Act. There are movements to regulate AI, to put up guardrails. Why is it that Korea, Japan, and China need to speak up now? I mean, what would be the adverse effects for this region if we did not cooperate and participate in the formation of regulations of AI?
对，我觉得在 AI 安全。
I think that when it comes to AI safety and AI security, these are issues that really merit international attention. And CJK countries must really engage in multifaceted cooperation. So scholars, AI researchers have to cooperate because they are the ones who are most knowledgeable about the technology. They understand the realistic risks and can analyze those risks and can prepare against them. The AI forum that I spoke of in March was a channel where we discuss these issues, and we talk about launching a fund, and the fund would support the work of researchers on AI. Going forward, many people will continue to study AI safety and AI security, both from the point of view of technology, but from other frames. There's also policy coordination. It would be very important that AI Safety Forum held in Beijing in March was also where we discussed how AI should develop into a way that is universally beneficial to everyone.
Another question in the back that we didn't get to? Someone that was right beside the question that was asked before? Would you like to ask a question? No? Was that one question? Okay, then we have another question here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Xiaoqian Zhou. I'm the communication officer from ICLEI, local governments for sustainability. And I have a question for Mr. Gamble. Sorry for my pronunciation. So I would like to ask your suggestions or opinions of the collaboration of the local governments of the three countries using this digital transformation as the opportunity to achieve the sustainable goals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, absolutely. As I mentioned, so the local communities, local governments, they have now in many countries, including China, Japan, Korea, have a lot of authorities, a lot of autonomies. So that's why the collaboration, supporting the collaboration at the city level, the local government level, is a strategy across our UN and UNESCAP. So it's already on its own very big program and an aspect of our priorities when we work with member governments. So equally, we deal with central government and local government. So across all sustainable development goals, especially that those are immediate, needs immediate attention, which is our collective response to the climate crisis, because the underground, so the challenges we face on our environmental front does not have a common border. So it's cross-border, it's transboundary. So that's why the cooperation among the local governments, the key to advance the achievement of sustainable development goals.
Thank you. I think we'll take maybe one more question from the floor, and actually we have two, but let's start from the middle.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I study at Ewha Women's University. I am also a student of one of the speakers on the stage. I'm very pleased to be here, and I have a question for Dr. Wang. I know that the leaders in China are placing a lot of emphasis on science and technological development, particularly AI development. In the future, many resources and funding will be provided to this research in AI development. What are your research prospects going forward for AI development, together in line with these policy initiatives and policy supports? And what kinds of AI research can you entertain across the three countries together? There are young people like myself studying abroad, many Chinese young people studying abroad. Is there any advice that you can provide to us? Thank you very much for that question. So first of all, last week we had an AI competition, or a contest, should I say, where we spoke about the historical development of AI beginning from 2003. And at first, AI was a little bit weak and soft, and then there came the era of LLMs, where AI became general purpose and explosively used. It basically means that AI has become much smarter, so it is able to solve many different problems. If we look at AlphaGo, as you know, it was able to beat Lee Sedol in the game of Go. And now it was not able to solve many different problems like autonomous driving, but now it can. In 2024, we've seen another level up of AI, and the world is looking to these developments. China, as well as many other countries, are also facing the same kind of phenomenon. AI is touching upon so many areas, so many sectors and industries, and facilitating growth and developments in all of these different industries, and they are all impacted by AI. This is going to be a driving force of the fourth industrial revolution. So, I think that within this context, international collaboration is very important. When we hosted the AI competition, we mentioned this, that perhaps next year there could be a trilateral AI competition. Research on researchers of AI, not just national security or science technology, but they could also come together in a forum for dialogue as well. Japan and Korean scholars can work together with us, and maybe we can have some kind of AI exchange platform next year. And our academy will also reach out to young people like yourselves. We want to exchange with young scholars. We ourselves, our academy is quite young. Our Beijing Academy of Artificial Intelligence is offering many research initiatives and programs for the youth. And we, I think, can also offer opportunities to young researchers from Korea and Japan. And of course, not just to Chinese students studying abroad in countries like Korea and Japan, but when they come to China, the advice that I would like to provide is that we're seeing a lot of exchange among countries, and this is impacting us. And at our academy, I remember there was an intern from Korea. There were students from Japan. I remember there was a student who majored in computer engineering at SNU, and later this student became a professor. So I think that this people-to-people exchange has been ongoing for dozens of years. And this is having a positive impact on us all. And the CJK, 3 countries, will continue and have to continue to engage in consistent exchange. And I think that this is very helpful to our mutual development. This morning I heard something that was quite impressive, which is that there were so many of these young people sitting here today who will be determining the future of CJK cooperation in 10, 20, 30 years' time. So through more future cooperative projects, I hope that we can lay a robust foundation for friendship. So maybe in a decade or so, in a dozen years or so, these young participants can come back and engage with one another once again, and these young scientists can contribute more towards that.
It's worthy of applause. I think for someone who has actually worked in the global AI companies and internet companies, to be working in an NGO area to try to foster a more positive development of AI is something to be highly commended for. I think we shall see more of you as well, Dr. Wang, in the future. And sustainable cooperation, my students as well. So I think we have one more question that we wanted to take, and then we'll maybe do a final round and wrap up.
Thank you very much. 여러분 안녕하세요.
Hello, I am from Soomyung Women's University. I am a graduate student, and my name is Lee Penhui, and I will be speaking in Chinese. Good afternoon, Mr. Yamashita. From 10 years ago, I've been a follower of yours, and I've been a long-time fan. I am studying or living in Korea right now. My husband is Korean. And I agree with the perspectives that have been shared so far, that you've shared so far, contents creation and sharing, and the fact that contents industry is less politicized. I think that's a good way for us to promote trilateral cooperation. I enjoy animation and games. But recently, we see that particularly in the international stage, the cultural contents export has become a very important tool. But it seems that on this export issue, there's been different perspectives. So in the process of creation and distribution of the different cultural contents, it has led to a lot of misinformation and misleading. We see that happening quite often. And so I'd like to ask Mr. Yamashita, you've been a successful producer of cultural contents. What is your perspective on this issue? Thank you for the question. I think it's a similar situation with food, because in this huge, big group of food, you have junk food as well. So it's not good for you, but it's tasty. But then there's also healthy food, which is not tasty, but good for you, healthy for you. So I think both the consumers and the producers of contents, I mean, the primary purpose of creating these contents is profitability, it seems. So this leads to creation of a lot of unhealthy contents. But the traditional flow of capitalism, individuals do not have the power to stop the negative flow. What kinds of information will be selected for my individual consumption would become more important in this case, under the current circumstances. But today, AI, through algorithms, shows you what you might enjoy. But the individuals are able to make the choice on whether to consume it or not. And the digital literacy is very important. Developing digital literacy capacities would be very important seen from this perspective. But in this case also, your favorite influencers, the people that you are a fan of, it would be very important to have a critical mind in providing support to these influencers as fans also. So it will be very important to have these horizontal connections established with your favorite influencers also, and also form groups among the fans, among yourselves, and to be providing support to this kind of positive effort. So these individuals coming together to form groups and to engage in positive work together would be very important. And I am also participating in that as well. Thank you very much for being a follower for 10 years.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's a very important relationship that you have. Dr. Che, I mean, you talked about digital literacy. Could you add and maybe offer some advice about how to enhance your own digital literacy?
네. 사실은 지금 우리 야마시타
Well, listening to Mr. Yamashita, I thought that Mr. Yamashita is digital personified. So he plays the role of being that delivery vehicle. This ability to relay information is impressive, and the person who followed him for 10 years has had access to the information that he provides and must have thought that the information he provides is well worth it and is correct, so she has continued to follow him. I've heard a lot of good advice, but one of the things that has not been talked about is accountability, or maybe responsibility. I teach students and I provide policy recommendations to the government. So what I do is I try to be very accountable to the things I say to my students. And I try to become a person who will always be responsible for her words. Likewise, we talk about exchange being very important among the three countries, and we all know that. Everyone knows that is very important. If we have to, I think, go deeper and think about and talk about why that is so important, especially when we think about our relations with China. When Korea-Japan relations, even though our relations might be poor, there is always that understanding that Koreans like Japan. We love traveling to Japan, and Japanese people like Korea, but we are worried about our relations with China. I think there is that basic level of mutual understanding with Korea and Japan, but we don't know if we have that with China. We don't know if Japan and China have that for one another. So when we think about these relations with other countries, to take a step further and think deeply, we have to first of all build more trust and more familiarity. But for Korea, Japan, Japan, China, China, Korea, we feel that maybe there is still a lack of that kind of trust that is sufficient. And to build that trust is where exchange comes in. And to facilitate the exchange is where you come in. In the 1998, back then with the joint communique, Korea-Japan joint communique, around that time there was so much private sector exchange. And then about 20 years has passed. That generation that did a lot of Korea-Japan exchange would be your mothers and your fathers. It is the older generation. They're the ones who helped you study abroad in Japan and helped you to forge these ties of friendship with other students of other countries. Now, you have been the beneficiaries of that. What should you do? You must ask yourselves, what can you do? What can you do to be accountable? Because that sense of accountability rests with the older generation, but it is also yours to have. Your participants like yourselves, we are all responsible to one another to build that exchange further going forward, and we have to be responsible for each of our deeds and our actions and the words that we say.
Thank you, Dr. Che. And that actually leads into our final question, which you actually answered, but I'll ask the same question of all of you. We have, as Dr. Che pointed out, a young generation who will be responsible for the mutual perception of each other in the future. Very short, because you only have about 3 minutes left. If you could give them one piece of advice about what they should do to better foster better relations, better perception between our three countries. Would you like to start? Whoever wants to start?
じゃあ、
Yes.
私はですね、本当に日中韓の明るい未来に
The Korea-China-Japan relations. Well, there are not that many influencers who are willing to really work for positive development in trilateral relations. So we really need to come together more. The size of the pie is quite small at the moment, and so it feels lonely at times. And so these influencers' work oftentimes are overlooked. We don't receive recognition for this effort. So like-minded influencers should come together more to interact more, and this requires a lot of support from the older generation as well. And I've actually direct personal experience on this, and so we have to try to find ways to identify like-minded people, influencers, and also discuss ways to cooperate together. There's been a lot of digital development, but we should also have offline and face-to-face interactions more as well.
To build strength through cooperation online and offline. Dr. Wang?
对，我也非常赞同，应该是线上加线下的结合，对于年轻，因为我们在线上虽然有非常方便的交流的方式，但确实
So I think that we can do it easily, obviously, online, but offline exchanges would be very important as well. And as Dr. Choi has said, the Japanese people like to travel to Korea and tour the country. When I traveled to Japan, I thought and felt that as well. And same when I come here. China is also a very beautiful country. We have many beautiful cultural heritage elements as well. So I hope that many more Korean youth will come and see China, and perhaps see how Chinese people live. They can have more favorable impressions of China. I believe that our peoples are very kind and compassionate, and there needs to be more of these peer-to-peer exchanges civilian exchanges, and that will lead to more trust and familiarity.
Dr. Bashanjov, I think you have the final word.
Okay, yeah, so China, Japan, Korea. But the Asia and the Pacific as a whole really expect a lot from China, Japan, Korea as a combined, very powerful pool of information and experience and knowledge and technology. So UNESCOP is more than happy to facilitate this collaboration between China, Japan, Korea, and the rest of Asia and the Pacific, providing our platforms, which is very neutral, politically neutral. United Nations has a strength of the convening power. So we're happy to provide our platforms. We're happy to connect with our networks and partners to make our collaboration and partnership even more impactful.
I think we've all laid down a lot of important homework for the future generation, but I think it's up to all of us to work together. We have, in the digital world, we have a whole new set of tools. We have many things to work with, but I think it is a matter of what we do with the tools that are available. And I think that if anything has come out of this talk, it has shown that it is possible to put together a positive future if we cooperate enough, and if we have the will, and if we are responsible enough. And I hope that is the case, and I hope that allows us to truly put together a brighter future. So on that note, I would like to thank all our panelists and everyone here for participating in this wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Son, and the distinguished speakers for the very insightful session, and it was truly thought-provoking. With this, I'd like to announce the conclusion of the second session, but before we end, I'd like to ask the speakers and also Ambassador to remain in the stage for a while to take a group photo. Dear guests and participants, we will now begin the closing session for the International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation 2024. Please give a round of applause to welcome once again Secretariat General of TCS, Mr. Lee Hee-sub, back to the stage for the closing remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring to the IFTC 2024 to a close, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to every participant. The father of European integration, Jean Monnet, he said, "Without people, nothing is possible. Without institutionalization, nothing can be sustained." I believe that it provides a good implication and inspiration for the trilateral cooperation. Today, we have engaged in candid and insightful discussions reflecting on our 25-year journey of trilateral cooperation and envisioning a path forward. I was just wondering if I could call for your concerted efforts to enhance the welfare of our three countries, promote peace and stability in our region and beyond, through institutionalizing collaboration and promoting exchanges at another level. Once again, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all participants for your dedication and insightful contributions. Special thanks go to our interpreting and support teams, whose tireless efforts have been instrumental in the success of this event. Now I am pleased to announce that the IFTC 2024 concludes with a resounding success. Thank you very much, and see you next year.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Lee, for your wrapping up remarks. Honorable participants, today we had more than 350 participants participating on site and also online, and we had productive discussions on promoting exchanges and institutionalizing trilateral cooperation. We hope this forum has provided you with new knowledge and insight on future collaboration and also solidarity among each other. We sincerely thank all of you for joining our forum today. And now, finally, I'd like to announce the closing of the International Forum for Trilateral Cooperation 2024. We look forward to your continuous support, and I hope to see you again in our next forum, which will be held in Japan. Thank you very much.